Good morning and welcome to the Virtual Coffee Conference. I'm Becca, and I could not be more excited to be here with all of you today. It's been an incredible 5 years journey to this point, and we have some amazing speakers. So I'm very excited for everything that we have to share. You know, during the pandemic, I lost my first job. I was feeling really desperate. And I put out there on Twitter, like, hey, who wants to join for virtual coffee? And I opened up my first Zoom. And I could never imagine what that was leading up to and where we would be today. We have a thriving global community of people. They show up for each other, they support each other, they genuinely show kindness and they care. And I've seen these amazing people continually show up to build connections with each other. And we've shown and we've proven that growth comes at all levels, and we can teach no matter where we are in the stage of our tech journey. So, since the first coffee, like we've gone from once a week calls to full on Slack community, mentorship, monthly challenges, educational content, and of course, this conference. In 2022, we were even honored as the most welcoming developer community by the DevRel Awards. I like literally still cannot believe that. If someone has a clip, feel free to share it because the genuine shock I think showed on my face because I just thought like this is great, but like we're just a community that's been around, and our mission has always been to be a welcoming tech community that allows room for growth and mentorship at all levels and to create meaningful opportunities for learning, leadership, and contribution for everyone. And so for me, like today's event perfectly embodies these values. We have an incredible lineup of speakers, like I said, who'll be sharing their knowledge, their experiences, and their insights. We're going to have deep dives into technical topics. We're going to have lightning talks about personal growth and organization. And every talk represents the diversity and depth of our community. But the real magic of virtual coffee is always in the stories. It's like I use memory of sharing sushi pics and realizing for the first time that an online community could feel safe and welcoming, and how her daughter can see our members as aunts and uncles, even though we've never met in real life. It's in Justin discovering that Kirk might actually hold the record for the most hairstyle changes over the last 5 years. It's in the mock interviews that Gant Laborde inspired, where people were brave enough to be interviewed in a live event by all the annoying interview personalities that he could come up with. The hugs exchanged and all the in person and conference meetups and the friendships that we formed across miles from Wisconsin to Texas to Toronto and beyond. And where the deep friendships that we've made along the way were further deepened when we got to meet in person. It's in those quiet moments, it's in the shared resources. When we celebrate each other's wins in the co working room or confessions during our coffee chats, of wins we can't announce in public, or job searches that we can't share openly, or our favorite true crime podcasts. It's in people like Mika meeting Rolando for the first time in real life. And then the way we get hyped to support our community members in this conference and everybody that's doing amazing things in the community. So today, as we come together to learn and grow, I hope that you can carry these stories with you and think of your own meaningful connections that you've made in tech. Because whether this is your first day with us at Virtual Coffee or your 500th, you're not just attending a conference. You're part of something that's built on showing up, on sharing honestly, and on lifting each other up. You don't have to be a part of Virtual Coffee to send ripples into the world. When you show up for people, it just happens. And so we're grateful to all the people that make the tech industry a better place. So this is a great time to get started. So remember, this is an interactive space. Feel free to ask questions, share your thoughts in the chat, and connect with our speakers using the social links that we'll drop throughout the day. So let's make this a day of learning, sharing, and growing together. And without further ado, let's kick off our conference with our first speaker. Mike Street is going to be talking to us, and he is the CTO and lead developer at the Brighton-based web agency Liquid Light. He's very passionate about process optimization and getting the best out of things both on and off the web. A self-described side projectaholic, when not working, he can be found still tinkering with the web, cycling, or reviewing beer. Mike also holds extreme views on trivial things, so feel free to ask about what those are. Today, he's going to be talking to us about unraveling Git, the secrets of the commit hash. So welcome, Mike. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. Super excited to be the first speaker of the first virtual coffee conference. So hope this all goes well. Hi, my name is Mike Street. As you can see, I'm on brand with my check shirt. As Becca mentioned, I'm CTO, lead developer at Liquid Light. We're a small web agency in Brighton. There's about 15 of us, but we look after about 60 to 70 websites. So for us, like processes, making sure things are right, making sure things are good is kind of how we keep going. I've been a Virtual Coffee member for just over 2 years, and it's great just to have a little community there whenever you need some help or a little bit of boost or something like that. I'm one of these people that if something's broken, I like to try and work out why it's broken, take it apart, try and fix it. If something works, I like to work out why, so I take it apart and see what's sort of powering it behind the scenes. If you want to get in touch, I am at Mike Streety on most social networks. There's a couple which I may have been banned from, but I'm not going to talk about those, mainly for trying to hack Pokemon Go. But the rest of the good ones, I am there at Mike Streety, or you can head to my website if you want to get in touch. So unraveling Git, the secrets of the commit hash. What I'm going to cover in this talk today is I'm going to briefly touch on what Git is, give a very quick overview of hashing, combine those two bits of knowledge and talk about the Git commit hash. Understand more about what goes into making and amending the Git commit hash. And then lastly, to try and give a little bit of context, I've added some sort of house rules. So how we use and treat Git at Liquid Light, which will hopefully give a bit of context to some of the stuff I'm talking about today. As to the why, as I mentioned, like I tried to understand how things work. I saw the Git commit hash once, and I just like was really fascinated as to what built it and how if we can control it and if we can sort of understand what it's doing, but also anticipate when and why it would change. And hopefully, when you come across those scary error messages, you sort of are more well equipped for it. Just as like a little warning, this is a very light touch overview of Git. I'm not going to go into any inner workings. You could probably spend the whole day today just talking about Git if you were that way inclined, but we're not. So it's just going to be really sort of brief, top level, cover a couple of commands. There are hundreds of commands hidden behind, but hopefully this will give you a little bit of knowledge to help you in your day to day. So Git. Start at the top. What is Git and how does it work? The official definition of Git is that it is a distributed file-based version control system. So just to break that down in reverse order, version control keeps track of the changes. Hopefully, if your Git commit messages are really good, it will give context, reasoning, give the why as to why those files are changed, and it also tells you who, gives you a timescale, all of those things. Things like Google Docs have now got a history, which is basically version control. A lot of CMSs and other things have also got version control built in. It's file-based, and this is the thing that always surprises me. Well, it surprised me and surprises other people. In your Git repository, there is a .git folder, and in there is everything Git needs to operate with your repository. You can move that folder around. You can move it between computers. You can go in, you can dive into the files. You can see that there's lots of recognizable names on things. There's lists of all your commits. There's no magic services running. It's just a command line interface and some files. It's worth like as a little bit of a tidbit, branch names are kind of like domain names. Branch names kind of mean nothing in Git. They just point to a Git commit hash. They're just easier to remember, like a domain name. And there is a file there. If in your .git refs heads folder, there's a file for each branch, and that tells Git which commit it's pointing to. Lastly, it's distributed. And this is something that GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, all of those are kind of masking in the fact that when you clone a repository down from one of those, it's exactly the same on your computer as it is on other people's computers, as it is on their services. A repository is a repository. There's no like primary one, there's no secondary, they are all the same. So if GitHub or GitLab were to go down, if they were to disappear, you've still got a copy of all your information locally. You can push that to servers, you can push that to other people's computers. You don't even have to involve GitHub or anything like that. GitHub, GitLab, they are all just wrappers for Git underneath. They do introduce nice things like pull requests in the UI and stuff like that, but ultimately, a Git repository, they are all equal no matter where they are. Hashing, the other side of this talk. Hashing, this is a really complex definition of hashing. A hash is a fixed size string or number derived from an input of any size generated using a mathematical algorithm. Basically, you put some stuff in, it does it, and then it gives you a fixed length string out the other side. It's worth noting that if you put the same input into the same hashing algorithm, you will always get the same hash out. And that's quite useful for comparing things, for giving you a fixed length string for storing that data, for quickly checking if it's the same. Examples of some hashing algorithms you might have heard of: MD5, SHA-1, SHA-2, Argon2. There is a SHA-3 and a SHA-256. The main difference between all these hashing algorithms is their security, their speed, and their complexity. MD5 gets a bad rep on the internet, but ultimately it is a very quick, very reliable hashing algorithm for doing really easy checks. If you want something a bit more complex, that's when you start to look at the other ones. But if you just want to see if these two text files are the same, MD5 is a great place to start. Other places you might find hashing usage is with passwords. That's kind of the obvious one, where the hash of your password is stored generally in the database of the site that you're signing into. And when you log in, it doesn't decrypt that password. It hashes what you've entered and then just checks that. Hashes are technically irreversible. They're not definitely irreversible, but the idea is that you cannot get the input out from a hash. There's many ways around it, which again is a whole other talk in itself. But yeah, the general idea is you can't reverse a hash. The other place you may have seen it is the integrity attribute on a script tag, and that is a hash of the JavaScript file, for example. When the browser comes to download the JavaScript file, it can then check that hash against the one that it's generated and see if they're the same file. So now that we've got a basic understanding of Git and hashing, we can smash those together and get the Git commit hash. Git uses SHA-1 for its hashing. It might be using SHA-256 at some point, which is even bigger, has less chance of collision, but it's behind an experimental flag, and I couldn't find anything concrete as to when it's going to start being rolled out. SHA-1, again, gets a little bit of bad rap because it's not the most secure, but Git doesn't need it to be secure. It just needs to avoid collisions, because everything you're putting into a Git commit hash is public information anyway. But there is a number that is the chances of a SHA-1 generating the same hash from two different inputs. One thing I did learn is that in the UK, it's called an octillion, but in the US, an octillion is a completely different number, and you would know it as a quindecillion, apparently. So the hash input, we know that to get out a hash, you have to have some input, but what does Git use for its hash when you commit? It uses the parent commit hash, the commit message, so what you've actually written, the current date and time, your author details, which you set up when you configure Git, any file changes, and then there is a little bit of magic because there's some extra bits that go into making the commit hash, but ultimately these are the ones that we sort of care about and can affect. It's worth noting that a merge commit has two parent commit hashes because it comes from two different sources. So how might in your day-to-day life you go about changing the commit hash? There's obviously hundreds of ways, but there's three main ways that I come across most often, which we're going to sort of touch on. So there's the Git commit amend, a Git rebase, and a Git cherry pick. Before we get into this, this is kind of the diagram, the Git log that I'll be using for the rest of the slides. I didn't want to jam 40 character hashes in there because it will take up the whole slide and be quite hard to keep track of. So I've come up with my own sort of hash, which is the first number is just what commit number it is. The second one is what its parent commit is, it's got a P in front of it. And then the last one is just a random 4-letter word, and that represents the contents of the commit message, all of those little bits. So hopefully, as we go through and amend our commits, you'll be able to see what is changing. So the first one, a git commit amend. Here is a standard Git repo as we are. We've just committed something. We've just committed our file changes. And doing a git log, we realize that we've missed a file, or we've put a typo in the commit message. Even putting a full stop or removing the full stop in your commit message would completely change the hash. So we do this and we go, oh, we need to change it. So we do a git commit amend, and then our commit 5p4 jump then turns into 5p4 able. It's the same commit, it's just got some different contents. It's where we were a minute ago. That is all fine and dandy. You can push that, be on your way. The trouble is, or what trouble you might face, is if you've pushed that commit before you've then amended it. So we're back where we were, we've got jump, we do a git push origin main, and then our commits are up on GitHub or GitLab or whatever server we've chosen. We then run a git commit amend locally, and we've got this different repository now. So locally, we've got that 5p4 able, but remote, it's still got that p4 jump. We know that those two commits are basically the same and should be the same. So we come to do a git push origin main, and we're faced with this. And if you've done any kind of Git work, at some point you would be faced with this quite scary looking error. And all Git is doing is saying there's a hash that's local that's not a remote, or there's a hash that's a remote that's not on local. And Git keeps track, as I mentioned earlier, as to what those hashes are and what those logs are. So if you head into your Git repository to those two different locations, you'll see there's just a file with a commit hash. And it's just looking at those and going, it's different. There is also, in a slightly different folder, an actual log of the commits that are on each branch, and it uses those to compare. So with that error, how do you solve it? It kind of depends, because most of the time when you get that error, it's probably because a friend or a colleague or you on another computer have done a git push, and there's just some commits that you need to pull down locally. So you would do a git pull or a git fetch, you'd merge it as you normally would, and then you'd push up your new commit, and that is the happy path, as it were. But in this instance, we're going to have to do a force push, because we want to overwrite that commit on remote with what we have locally. And this is a little bit dangerous, because that commit that you've pushed might have been pulled down by colleagues. It might have been tied to a deployment or a Git tag or something like that. There might be further ramifications for that commit being there on main. So with a force push, you have to be sure what you're doing. You're basically saying, I am the best. My local Git repository is correct. I'm going to overwrite the rest of you. It's worth noting, when I say a force push, there's actually two different types. You could do a git push origin main -- force, and that just bulldozes your commits live and doesn't really check anything else. Or you could do a git push origin main -- force -with -lease. And that just basically makes sure that there's no additional commits on the remote before you're about to bulldoze it over. So with the amended commit and our force push, that's the first way that our git commit hash can change. So bringing up our house rules, we never amend a pushed commit. We have deployments, we have tagging, we have all sorts of things that are tied to those commits, so we don't ever want to do that. We never force push on main. Again, we have automated scripts that deploy, and things like Dependabot, which update and might be committing, so doing a force push might undo their work. We do allow force pushing on feature branches if you're the only one working on it. The other thing with changing a commit hash and someone pulls it down is it can then get their local Git repository confused. Number two, the Git rebase. I think some people are scared of a Git rebase, but it's really a very powerful thing. So here's our local Git repository. It's got a little bit more complicated now because we've added a develop branch with which we branched off band, did a few commits, and then either us or someone else has done an extra commit on main. And what if we want to get that commit from main into our develop branch? We've got three different ways that we could do it. We could do a merge, which is sort of the most standard, straightforward way. We could do a cherry pick, which we're going to talk about a bit later, or we can rebase. If we were to merge, this is kind of what it would look like. So on your develop branch, you then get an additional commit, which has got those two different parents. It means that jump is now in develop, but it can muddy, it can dirty your develop branch, especially if you're doing a lot. If it's a high traffic repository and you want to keep your feature branch up to date, there's going to be a lot of those merging main into develop commits, which, I mean, I'm a big fan of neatness. So seeing those, getting them merged into main sort of gives me a little bit of the ick. Sometimes it can't be avoided. Sometimes you do have to merge it because no other sort of strategy works. But generally we try and avoid that. So the way that we can get around it is by doing a rebase. And what that does is it reapplies the commits on top of a new tip. Hopefully it will make sense in a minute. So we're back to where we were. We've got jump on our main branch, and we've got those other three commits on our develop branch. We would then do a git checkout develop and a git rebase main. And ideally, this is kind of what we'd think it would look like. So the commits are exactly the same, but our develop branch just comes off jump. However, it's not what would happen. If we go back to our hash input, the first thing is a parent commit hash. And by doing a rebase, you're changing the commit hash. So the way that Git deals with this is it actually takes all of your commits off the develop branch. It then makes a new branch. It sort of sets develop back to what is now jump off main, and then it recommits your commits. It reapplies your commits one by one on top of that. And you can see, those that are eagle-eyed, that the commit hashes have changed, because instead of form coming off 1 and having a parent of 1, it's now got a parent of 2. And because that hash has changed, it means that all the other commit hashes have changed that come after it. If you're doing a rebase, sometimes if it comes across a conflict, you'll need to solve that as it's reapplying those commits. But yeah, that is essentially what's happening behind the scenes on a rebase. So the hash changes. As far as Git's concerned, that's a brand new branch. As a little bit of a side note, commits actually have 2 authors and 2 dates associated with them. There's the author date and the author, who is the person and the time and date that it was like originally committed. This was like the original person and time and date who made the changes. Then there's the commit related author and date, and they are who has committed this work. Sometimes you can commit straight away for someone else if you do a git commit -- author, but generally the author and the commit details are going to be the same person, same time and date. But in the instance of a rebase, it's going to, because it's recommitting those, the commit and the commit date actually get updated. So I did actually do a rebase on a local repository just so that you could see that those two things can differ. So the thing is, now we've done a rebase, we do a git push origin develop, and we're faced with that big error again. But we know it's because the git commit hashes have changed, but our branch is up to date. We're on a feature branch, so we're happy to do a git push origin develop force to get that branch up there. So adding to our in-house rules, we've got those first 3 that we had before. We use rebase to update feature branches with main. So whenever we're on a feature branch at Liquid Light, we use a git rebase to make sure that those feature branches are up to date with main without getting all those merge commits in there. And then we use merge to get feature branches into main. Those merge commits are something that we actually aim for and is part of our merging strategy, so that in main we have those key points as to when feature branches were merged. The third one is a git cherry pick. So going back to our repository again, we've identified that the King commit, the 4p3 King commit that we did on the develop branch, is in fact fixes a bug that's on main that we need to get live as soon as possible. We don't want it held up with what's on develop. And we want to just, yeah, it's kind of unrelated. It was identified, we committed it, but we want to get it into main ASAP. So we would git checkout main and do a git check cherry pick of our commit hash. And if you read a lot of blog posts, a lot of tutorials, this is kind of what they describe as happened. They kind of describe that you pick up the commit and you drop it nicely onto main. It knows that it's been cherry picked. Everything's hunky dory. It was interesting that when I was doing some research and looking into blog posts, rarely did they mention the side effects of doing a cherry pick. So this is what this is the happy path that a lot of blog posts explain. But actually what happens is this. All it does is it picks up the contents, it picks up the changes of the commit, and it recommits it onto main. So now we have a commit on main and a commit on our develop branch, which are exactly the same. They've got the same contents, they do the same changes, they've got the same commit message, but because they've got different parents, because they were committed at different times, they're going to have a different hash. And going back to the rebase commit, the King would have the author date and time and person of the original one, but the commit time and the commit author would now be you and now. So we need to get rid of that King commit really on the develop branch, because it's going to cause problems. Because otherwise, when you come to merge develop into main, there's going to suddenly be two commits that do exactly the same work. And Git most likely will be confused. I've had it where it hasn't, it's just kind of accepted it, but chances are it's going to get confused as to what things to apply. You're going to get a merge conflict and all of that. It's best after you've done a cherry pick to sort out the commit that you've picked before you move on, before you do more work. It might be that you wanted to cherry pick King because the other three commits are now trash and you're just going to delete develop, in which case it's fine. But it might be that you want to keep the other three. So there's a few different ways that you could do it. You could do an interactive rebase, which I'd love to go into, but there just isn't the time. And that enables you to, I'd really encourage you to do some reading on interactive rebase. If you're on like a feature branch, for example, and you run something like git rebase head with a tilde3, it shows the last three commits, and from there you can move them around, you can squash them, you can delete them, you can add extra commits, you can do all this magic. So by doing a git rebase head, you could then remove that King commit from the develop branch, and afterwards you could then do a git rebase main to make sure that the King commit is sort of where your develop branch comes off. You could make a new branch off of form, just going back. Oh, sorry, folk. You could make a new branch off folk and then cherry pick the book commit onto that new branch. And that kind of skips the King. You could revert the King commit when you're on the develop branch, but I feel like this was untested, but I feel like you'd get some conflicts when you then come to merge that into main, because there'll be a commit that applies it, a commit that removes it, and it might all get confused. Or if it's a really small thing, if it's a one-line change, then deal with it when you merge develop into main. It all depends, basically. I can't give you a one line fixes all. It all kind of depends on the size of the change and everything like that. So to add to the last of our in-house rules and to sort of recover them, we never amend a forced commit. We don't force push on main or branches that are associated with environments. We only force push feature branches if you're the only one working on it. Use rebase to update your feature branches with stuff that's on main. Use merge to get your feature branches into main. And then lastly, we generally avoid cherry picks as a rule at our company, and consider squashing or using git rebase I before you merge your feature branch into main. Just to kind of recap, and to hopefully if there's one takeaway that you get from this talk, it's this: that into a git commit hash goes the parent commit hash or hashes if there's two, the commit message, the commit date and time, and the commit user. So you as you're committing it. Then the authored date and time and the author, and remember they can change, they can be different depending on what's happening. The changes in the files, whether you're adding stuff, removing stuff, adding lines, removing lines. And then lastly, a little bit of Git magic that I don't worry about on a day-to-day. And that's it. Thank you very much. Feel free to reach out if you've got any questions, and I'd appreciate any feedback that anyone has.
All right. Thanks so much, Mike. That was a wonderful talk. Such a lively chat in there. There's a lot of humor in there. So definitely check that out. I know that I really enjoyed that. I learned a lot from it. So if you also learned a lot from it, if you feel like Mike shared some wisdom that you're learning from, please definitely let him know. Okay, let him know in the chat here. Follow him on social media. Send him a note in Slack, because I think that it's really important that we let our speakers know what amazing jobs that they did, especially with all the hard work. So thank you so much, Mike, for sharing that. And we have our next. Yeah, thanks. We have our next speaker coming up, Meg Gottschall, who is a Ruby on Rails developer at Penn Medicine. She's got a passion for open source and tech for good. Meg is always smiling. Like, I can confirm that. I've known her for years now, as we both came into tech at the same time. She's always learning something new. She's quick to strike up a conversation and to share it with everyone else. And she takes advice with a grain of salt and a shot of tequila. Always a good time. In her talk, Meg is going to be talking about revealing Rails magic with enums. She's going to give us a peek behind the curtain as she breaks down Active Record enums module, teaching us what it is, how and when to use it, and also some cool tricks. Doesn't matter if you're a Rails developer, okay? So check it out. You're going to have newfound knowledge no matter what language you're using or where you're at. You'll learn about how to traverse a code base and gain a better understanding of features, and to build that into your language of choice. So we're going to be back in just a second with Meg. All right, we are super excited. Mike did an excellent job hearing him break that commit hash down for us, and we have Meg coming up next. I've known Meg for years now, and I remember the very first time that Meg came to Virtual Coffee. Actually, it was a Virtual Coffee social. I'm like 90% sure. And so your bio of taking life with a shot of tequila and salt or whatever feels very appropriate to like late to this moment. That was such a fun time.
Yeah, it was. I remember Kieran shouting code of conduct at me throughout that social. I was
I
like,
remember a little bit of
What?"
like back and forth Slack DMs too. Like, this is, we're cutting it close here. Like,
Yes, and it's been happening ever since. But staying within code of conduct because that's how we do here at Virtual Coffee, for sure.
that is how we do it here. And Meg is one of our maintainers. Like, we're incredibly thankful for all of the work that Meg's done. So I want to say like a very special thank you to Meg, who has helped make this conference happen. She makes our weekly events happen, our coffee table groups, our Tuesday and Thursday coffees, and she's incredibly knowledgeable. So thanks, Meg, for all of the work that you do for Virtual Coffee, and thanks for sharing your talk with us today.
Sure, thank you. All right. So today we're going to be talking about revealing Rails magic with enums. So as Becca said, I'm Meg. I'm a Ruby on Rails developer. I have a passion for open source code, especially coding for good. And I'm a big fan of tequila. Uh, Also, if you have any questions about the topics at this presentation, please hit me up in the Virtual Coffee Slack or at my LinkedIn. You can find the handle right here because this is going to be a crash course today. Also, hi, Mom. So, what is an enum? Let's back it up first. Some of you may not know what Ruby or Rails is, and you need to know that. Um, you can read the quote up there that I put. Ruby was created by Yukihiro Matsumoto. He goes by Mats, and it was created in 1995. It's an open source programming language that focuses on simplicity and it reads much like English, so it's incredibly easy to understand. Mats's goal in writing Ruby was to create something that would enrich programmers' experience and make them happy. So that really is something the Ruby community embodies. Rails is a framework written on Ruby and it's very opinionated. It goes by the Rails way, and the Rails philosophy includes two major guiding principles. One is don't repeat yourself. The second is convention over configuration. So the Rails way assumes that there's a best way to do things and encourages that through a set of conventions. If you adopt these conventions, it helps you to write less code and also boosts productivity by a lot. Many of you probably have heard of don't repeat yourself. It's abbreviated to DRY, D-R-Y, and it's a principle that states every piece of knowledge must have a single, unambiguous, authoritative representation within a system. So this way you're not trying to go through the code base and change different places where you have the same thing written over and over again. And then convention over configuration, it's just this embracing the defaults that Rails has set. So you don't have to go through minutia with configuring files. Now onto Active Record. It's treated as a ORM framework in Rails, and Rails is set up as a MVC or model view controller system. Active Record is that model layer. So Active Record allows us to represent models and their data, create represent associations between the models and inheritance hierarchies between models. Very importantly, it allows us to validate models before they're persisted or saved into the database and perform database operations in an object-oriented fashion. So Active Record actually allows us to perform these database operations without using SQL. It's sort of like it's a framework for SQL that's tailored to Rails. And ORM stands for Object Relational Mapping. Got all that? Maybe a little. Let's just keep going. All right, now, what's an enum? Let's describe this thing called an enum attribute. An enum's a special attribute that maps to an integer value in a table in a database. So how you do this in Rails is in the terminal, you can write this shortcut, Rails generate migration. This example is adding an enum attribute called location to a meeting class. And then we're saying location and assigning it the type integer. This line will generate this file. And this is a migration file. And you can see here, it's adding a column to this meetings table called location and giving it the integer value. But before we do that, we have to actually define this enum in our model. This is different than a regular attribute. So there's two ways to define an enum attribute. The first way is implicitly using an array of symbols. And this is where you sprinkle in that Rails magic. I had a mental image of like throwing confetti at the camera, but that would have been messy to clean up. So using our meeting class example, you put enum, the location attribute, and then using an array, you fill it with the symbols of the possible values, in person, remote, and hybrid. Or the explicit definition is using a hash of key value pairs. Again, we have meeting and location, and then a hash, and we're just assigning integers as the values to these keys. So in person is 0, remote is 1, hybrid is 2. Rails indexes from 0. So the order of the enum attribute values must not change. It messes up the database mapping and it just like can't deal. So here's some examples of when you can use enums. A blog post publication status. These are mutually exclusive values, and you could even assign a default. So with the post class, you'd have an enum status, and it could be a draft, published, or unpublished. And most likely you'd want to default to draft when you first create a post. You wouldn't want to go straight to publish most of the time. Another example are consecutive steps in a workflow, because again, they are mutually exclusive usually and could be ordered. So for a job application class, you have the enum attribute step with values in progress, submitted, in review, and approved. So enums are pretty cool, but they can also be kind of boring because they're just like any other Rails attribute too. You can hard code the value of an enum attribute. So using our earlier example with meeting, in the Rails console for an instance of the meeting class, so we're creating a meeting instance object here. When we call location and we're setting the value to nil, we ask meeting.location.nil, it's returned true because we just set it to nil here. And then we call meeting.location, it returns nil. Here, meeting.location we're setting to 0, and meeting.location we're setting to the string in person, in_person. These two lines here are equivalent, and you'll see up here they're mapped to be equivalent. So now when we type meeting.location, it returns in person. But enums also contain magic. They have Boolean and dangerous methods. Boolean methods end with a question mark, and they return either true or false. Dangerous methods end with the bang operator, and they return the modified object. So they change the object in place. Again, our example, and in the Rails console for an instance of the meeting class. So these are instance methods. The normal way for any attribute you would update is meeting.update, and you pass it the attribute and the value that you want to update it to. So we're passing location and 2, which again corresponds up here. And I made a typo here. This is a typo. Let's pretend this says 1, okay? Sorry about that, everybody. Location 1, and then meeting.remote. And I will fix this right after, so if you want to download the slides, it'll be fixed. So the two lines will be equivalent if it's location:1 and meeting.remote with a bang, because, oh, that highlight is not good, because this updates it in place. So if you call meeting.remote with the question mark, it'll return true, and meeting.location will return remote. So now if you call meeting.hybrid with the question mark, it's going to return false because we know our meeting.location is set to remote currently. But if we type meeting.hybrid with the bang, it's changing the value of the meeting's location from remote to hybrid. So now calling meeting.hybrid with the question mark returns true. So these come automatically with the enum definition, but you can opt not to have that by passing instance methods false after this definition as an option. Prefixes and suffixes. So we have a new example, a car class, and I made some interesting values here for our enums. We have color with road rage red, electric avenue blue, and gas guzzler green, and then fuel option, gas, electric, and hybrid. These can be confusing with color names like this between the vanity options and the fuel options. So I added prefixes and suffixes to help. You'll see here prefix is set to true and suffix is set to powered. So if prefix or suffix is set to true, it's just going to take the actual name of the enum and use that as the prefix or suffix. If there's a string, it's going to take the value of the string and set that as the prefix or suffix. So this is another typo. In the Rails console for an instance of the car class, with using the prefix, we have car.color gas guzzler green. So that's how we're going to set the car color. And then when we're asking car.color with the question mark, it comes back gas guzzler green. Now using the suffix, we're setting car.fuel option to 1, electric, and we're querying car.gas underscore powered. That's coming back false, but car.electric underscore powered is coming back true. So our car is an electric car in the color gas guzzler green. And now on to scopes. So these are class methods, and class methods return a collection of instance objects. If we call meeting dot locations, it will return all the options available for the location enum. For meeting dot in person, this returns all instances of in-person meetings. Meeting dot not in person returns all remote and all hybrid meetings. The same goes for meeting.remote, returns all remote meetings. Meeting.not underscore remote returns all in-person meetings and all hybrid meetings. And then meeting.hybrid returns all hybrid meetings. Meeting.not underscore hybrid returns all in-person meetings and remote meetings. And again, you can disable this by passing scopes false up here as an option to the enum definition. All right, that was definitely a crash course. So, you know how you can go see a magic act and see the magician saw somebody in half and then put them back together again. And you know it's not real, but like took them apart and put them back together again. And you just want to know, how did they do that? That's how I feel sometimes about Rails. How do they do that? So we're gonna find out the magician's secrets behind enums. Where do you start? RTFD. If you don't know, ask somebody. Search the documentation. So that's what I do. I go to the Rails API and type in enum. Okay, get back an example here, but this is pretty much everything that we've gone over so far. I go down, find the enum method. This isn't giving me a whole lot, but there's source here. I want to show the source. Here's something. Source on GitHub. Okay, now we're talking. This links to the code base where everything's defined about how an enum attribute is constructed. So we're going to go through bits and pieces of this. And you can take this and do it with your language of choice. Traverse through the code base. GitHub makes it so easy. They have a file finder. They have this symbols on the right-hand side. And then they have searching. You just press the backslash button and it opens this. Take advantage of that. It's how you dig deeper and learn more. So here's the method definition. And here's an example that we're going to use to examine it. We have our enum that takes arguments name, values, and options. And our example is a prescription class with 2 enum attributes, distribution method with values pickup, delivery, shipping, and the prefix distribution, and then enum value status with received, processing, and filled. This is the implicit definition. This is the explicit definition. And notice how I skipped numbers here. I don't know exactly what all statuses are for prescriptions. If there's another one, I might want to put it in between one of these. And you know how you can't change the order? If I put in something like intake in here and assign it 5, I'm not changing the order of any of these. They still have the numbers they were assigned originally. So that's how you can give yourself a little flexibility sometimes. So you'll see here, there's another underscore enum right below that looks almost exactly like this enum definition. Well, this is a private method that's defined later on in the file. So we'll get to that next slide. But for now, the name, this maps to the name of the enum attribute. So definition or distribution method or status. The values maps to the array or hash that's passed in, and options is whatever comes after that, right? Now it's the private method that we're looking at. The private method, all that means is you can't access that method outside of the GitHub file I had just pulled up. So that's kind of a way of encapsulating concerns that Ruby uses. The options here we have default set. So prefix and suffix have nil set as defaults. Scopes and instance methods have true set as defaults. And validate has false. And then this is taking other options in that may be passed. So for the status enum definition, it's just accepting all the defaults that are passed in. But the distribution method, we're overwriting our prefix nil default with the string distribution. That'll come in the next slide. This is where we're setting our prefixes and suffixes. So right here, we're making a value method names array that's empty. And we're going through each of the enums that are defined. And for the prefix, we're saying if a prefix exists, because right now it doesn't, but hey, this one, it does exist. So if it exists, do what's in this line. For if it doesn't, like suffix, we're just going to skip over it and keep going. So prefix does exist. Now here, this is a double equals right here. It's hard to tell because they smushed them together. But you remember how prefix, you could either enter true or a string, right? So if it's true, we're going to use the name of the enum attribute. So it's drawing from that. If it's not true, we're using prefix, which is whatever is passed in. This right here, this question mark and colon, that's called a ternary operator, and that's a fancy way of doing an if-else statement, another Rails magic syntactic sugar type thing. And then here with the pound sign or octothorpe and the curly braces, this is how Rails does string interpolation. So here we're setting the prefix to distribution. Now for this one, we're creating pairs, a pairs variable here. And we're taking the values and asking, do the values respond to this method, each pair? Again, you see the ternary operator. Now this method, each pair, this has to do with a hash. Only hashes respond to each pair. So if it does, we're assigning pairs values to each pair. If not, that means it's an array, and we're assigning pairs values to each with index. All that's doing is taking each item from the array and giving it an index starting from 0. So it's taking pickup and assigning it 0, delivery and assigning it 1, shipping and assigning it 2. So it's effectively creating a hash out of it. Now we're going in here and we're taking this enum values is just basically sanitizing what we did here and making it so you can take this value and the label is the value of the enum values. And here the value is the number. It's a little confusing, stick with me. And they're taking that label and they're saying, okay, take whatever prefix and suffix you just made, slap it together with the label, and then add it into here, value method names. So we're making this distribution pickup and then no suffix, and we're adding it in here. And then calling this method, this define enum methods, which is here. So now we have this, and again, we have the instance methods and the scopes. The default value was true for both of them, but we could pass false if we didn't want them. Here, this is just saying we're defining based on if there's a suffix or prefix and what the value names are. We're defining these special methods in here that the enums can access. So you'll see in these green comments, I'm put in this distribution pickup. This is the definition below it for the query method with the question mark and the bang method. And then for the scopes, the same thing, distribution pickup and not distribution pickup. And it's using this interpolation to do that. It's dynamically defining that. So in the end, is Rails really magical? I still think it is. There's something about it. But all the secrets can be uncovered in the code base. If you want to learn more, my GitHub repo is online with all the sources I used. And I just want to shout out Arvin and Jorn. Thank you so much for helping me put this together.
Thanks so much, Meg. That was wonderful. I know there's like a lot of chat in there. We learned a lot. It made me remember how much I love doing Ruby and how I wish I was still doing it. So it's very inspirational. And I think you just did such an excellent job of sharing with us. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we're going to be back in just a couple minutes. We're going to be doing a short break and we'll be back with Mika Rodriguez, and we're going to be talking about how accessibility is for everyone. Welcome back, everybody. I am Becca, and I am happy to be bringing to you, introducing our next speaker. We've had some great speakers already with Mike and with Meg. Thanks to everyone here who is in the chat as well. We're going to be talking about accessibility now for the next couple of talks, and we're very excited to have Mika Rodriguez kicking us off with Accessibility is for Everyone. Mika is a front-end developer. She's an educator, a documentarian, and an accessibility advocate out of Austin, Texas. She's also an ambivert, a plant person. You can check out I Love Plants channel on the Virtual Coffee Slack to see some photos. She's a cool mom, a cat lover, coffee nut, Pilates nerd, a swimmer, and bookworm. It's always great to talk to her about these things. She's a technical writer at DQ Systems, which is a trailblazer in the world of digital equality over the past 25 years. And in her talk today, Accessibility is for Everyone, she's going to be emphasizing that while it's important to recognize that 1 in 4 users is living with a disability, accessibility improvements benefit all users. She's going to be talking about types of disability, how people interact with websites, and how to get started with accessible web development. So please join me in welcoming Mika. Show her some love in the chat, and we'll be hearing from her now.
Thanks, Becca. Hey, everyone, I'm Mika, and I'm really excited to join you today. This is my first time to give a conference talk, and I feel the butterflies. I'll be talking about one of my favorite topics, though, accessibility. But first things first, let me introduce myself. I'm based out of Austin, Texas, where I've lived since 1997. I've got an image on my slide of old Austin around the time I moved here when I was still a teenager. At the time, there was a pretty iconic record store called Sound Exchange, and it had an infamous mural by Daniel Johnston. It's a funny looking cartoon frog, and it says, "Hi, how are you?" in capital letters. The mural has been preserved, although Sound Exchange is long gone. Austin has changed a lot in the last 30 years. And if you can believe it, so have I. I mean, when I moved here, I was a submarine technician at Thundercloud Subs, sandwiches, that is. Today, I'm a technical writer at DQ Systems, which is a leader in the digital accessibility space. In addition to being a writer, I'm a front-end developer and accessibility advocate. I really love coffee and cats. My cat, Selena, may make a guest appearance in this session. I'm a swimmer and Pilates nerd. I'm also a bookworm. And reading is what led me to accessibility. So a little more about me. I'm not a total newbie, but I did come to the tech scene pretty recently. When the COVID pandemic shut everything down, my life, like so many others, got flipped upside down. For years, I'd worked in the restaurant industry, but I knew I wasn't going to continue to do that. I was underemployed, teaching English as a second language in the middle of the night, tending to new houseplants during the day, spending a lot of time on social media, reading a ton, and trying to figure out what my next moves would be. I started learning front-end web development around the same time that I started learning about disability justice. I first came across this concept in a wonderful book edited by Alice Wong, featuring first-person essays by and for disabled people. I have an image on my slide of that book, surrounded by pill bottles and a hand holding 2 white pills. Disability Visibility is an awesome read. I really recommend it. It gave me some much-needed perspective on what disability is and how disabled people move through the world. So as I said, as I was learning about disability, I was also learning front-end development. I was introduced to a few web accessibility concepts in the curriculum I was following, but I was really motivated to dig deeper all the time, to seek out the knowledge of accessibility experts and to share my developing knowledge of accessibility with others. That said, it's a journey. I don't know everything. I'm always learning. I mean, when it comes to web development, programming languages, best practices, new technologies, and accessibility, there's always more to learn, and that's something I really enjoy about this field. So today I want to emphasize that accessibility is for everyone. Well, what do I mean by everyone? I think because of how I came to learn about the importance of accessibility, I really want to center disabled users. What is disability? Let's look at a broad definition. Disability is the experience of any condition that makes it more difficult for a person to do certain activities or have equitable access within a given society. The World Health Organization notes that more than 1 billion people in the world today experience disability. These people generally have poorer health, lower education achievements, fewer economic opportunities, and higher rates of poverty. This is largely due to the barriers they face in their everyday lives, rather than their disability. Disability is not only a public health issue, but also a human rights and development issue. The WHO also says that disability is universal. You or someone close to you will likely experience disability at some point in your lifetime, especially as you age. When you think of the word disability, you might get a certain idea in your mind of what that is, but disability encompasses many different experiences. Keep in mind that one can be born with a disability, or one might develop a disability later in life. Some disabilities are visible, while other disabilities are invisible. Disabilities may be temporary or they can be permanent. Disabilities may be cognitive, developmental, intellectual, mental, physical, sensory, or a combination. People can have multiple disabilities. So there's a biological aspect to disability, but also a social one, as we just touched on. The World Health Organization refers to the social model of disability when it says that the barriers that disabled people face in their everyday lives are what limits their educational and economic opportunities. I personally, and hopefully a lot of us here, want to help remove these barriers. And in the context of working in tech, that means we want to make sure that disabled folks can use our websites and apps. We want to make them accessible. The World Wide Web Consortium says web accessibility means that websites, tools, and technologies are designed and developed so that people with disabilities can use them. More specifically, people can perceive, understand, navigate, and interact with the web, and they can contribute to the web. We're going to talk about some ways to do that, but I want to come back to the idea of accessibility being for everyone. We talked about how the designing and developing of websites and apps with accessibility in mind can be with the goal of creating digital equality, but accessibility more often than not improves the experience for all users. Most users are going to appreciate a consistent layout throughout your website, predictable form labels and controls, conventional navigation, and plain, easy to understand language. It's easier to read text on your site if you break up those large blocks of text, if the user doesn't have to side scroll or squint. Using clear instructions and error messages reduces frustration for everyone. Like, wouldn't it be so helpful to know ahead of time that your password needs to be at least 10 characters, have at least 1 capital letter, 2.5 numbers, and 4 symbols, but not the ampersand? And responsive design is just imperative these days with users accessing sites with so many different devices. When we're talking about how accessibility benefits all users, remember that users often experience situational limitations. Things like glare and sunlight readability can be addressed with accessibility principles. Same for folks who are in a noisy area or can't use audio on their device. People who have a slow connection speed need you to keep accessibility in mind. Here's another situational limitation. Maybe your prankster coworker has encased your mouse in Jell-O. And what are you going to do without a mouse? You might need to use your keyboard today. Other things that may make it more difficult to interact with the web are a headache, a sprained wrist, a child who has fallen asleep in your arms, and so on. I get my eyes dilated once a year, and while it's ridiculous for me to try to use my phone or computer in that condition, I still try. Using a screen reader and/or voice control would probably help me out. So when we add accessibility to our sites, we help all these folks. Accessibility is for everyone. We've talked about everyone being our users, but let's talk about the other side of that coin. Whether you're a designer, developer, tester, or project lead, you play a role in creating accessible websites, software, and apps. It will be easier to achieve that with all hands on deck. Shifting left is the idea that we can think about accessibility early on in the development process. It's going to end up saving us time in the long run, and it's going to get us closer to that goal of digital equality. So if you're a designer, you can think about appropriate font styles and sizes, good color contrast. You can make designs for mobile and desktop and other devices. Developers can use best practices for writing accessible code. Things like alt text, semantic HTML, landmarks, clear labels and instructions for forms, captions, and keyboard accessibility. I'll dig into this a little bit more in a few. Developers and testers can use assistive technology, browser extensions, linters, and so on to check for accessibility. And teams can incorporate automated tests in their development pipeline so that issues can be addressed before that code goes to production. It's important to think about the different ways people interact with websites. People are using different types of devices, a phone, a point of sale device, their smart TV, and so on. And they may use different equipment to interact with these devices, such as a keyboard, a mouse, a trackpad, a remote control, a screen reader, adaptive input devices like switches or head tracking. This slide has images of a large print keyboard, a chin mouse, a joystick, headphones and braille keyboard, and a standard mouse. So how do we do all the things? How do we take into account all the different technology and equipment that people will use to make sure that they have an accessible experience with the web? It can feel overwhelming to learn all the guidelines and check for everything. But it's okay. Slow down. You can't go from 0 to 100 with accessibility. You can't even go from 50 to 100. You can take one step or a few at a time and build your toolkit. I don't know if you're familiar with the book Atomic Habits. In this book, the author James Clear talks about a concept called habit stacking, where if you're trying to build new habits, you link them with existing ones, creating a sequence for your brain to follow. I think you can do some habit stacking with accessibility. Start with 1 or 2 things and make those routine. Once that becomes more automatic, you can think about incorporating more accessibility standards into your development practice. On this slide, there's a picture of a hand stacking pastel-colored Jenga blocks. Another thing Clear talks about in Atomic Habits is to remove obstacles for yourself that will allow you to build a new habit. So I think some things you can do there are use automated tools like the Axe accessibility linter, or have web components or code snippets that factor in accessibility. One code snippet I made for myself is a CSS class for screen reader only. This could be used with something like a skip link at the top of your page, for example. There are a lot of different considerations when it comes to accessibility, and I couldn't hope to cover them all in one talk, even if I had another hour. But I do want to offer a few action items that you can take with you today to get started with accessibility. I watched a great session by Ben Allen at AxeCon this year. That's another virtual conference that my company DQ puts on, focused on digital accessibility. And in Allen's talk, he offered an accessibility workflow for beginners. And what he hit on is that it starts with writing and linting the code. Then you can move on to the browser, check the layout and the color contrast, make sure controls are working, and so on. And from there, you might start incorporating accessibility checks in automated tests. That's something that will be baked into your development pipeline. And then as part of the big picture, hopefully you can start to have more communication in your team about accessibility. So with that in mind, if we're starting with the code, we want to use semantic HTML. It might sound like common sense, but use heading elements for headings. Don't use them to get a particular font size or weight. Use button elements for items that are going to change something on the page. Use form controls appropriately Indicate your input types, make sure your inputs have labels, use the select element for drop-down menus, and so on. Make use of landmarks such as header, nav, footer, aside, section, article. This is going to help users, especially with screen readers, to follow the structure of your website and navigate it more easily. So speaking of semantic HTML, I always like to encourage people to avoid div soup. No div soup for you. On my slide, there's an image of a character from the sitcom Seinfeld, a New York chef who refused to serve his soup to the main characters. He has a stern face and he's holding his finger up in front of his face to say, "No soup for you." The reason I say to avoid div soup is, for example, when you use a div instead of a button, that element isn't automatically tabbable or clickable. You have to add that functionality a lot of time. You have to add that functionality in. A lot of times semantic HTML elements already have built-in functionality. They're pretty much ready to go just right out of the box. You might have to tweak it a bit with CSS, but that's all good because you're already going to be able to tab to that element and you're going to be able to use the enter key or your mouse to click on that. Another thing that's often mentioned when it comes to accessibility is alt text. This is text that we provide for an image element that will communicate visual information to your users. This will help people using a screen reader for sure, but also if you're having a performance issue, somebody has a slow connection, the image isn't loading, a link is down or whatever, that alt text will show on the page so that the user can still get the information that we wanted to communicate visually. There are some rules of thumb with alt text. You don't want to say image of or picture of a man with a skinny curly mustache. Just go ahead and describe what will have already been identified by a screen reader as an image. You don't need to go overboard with your description. Just a few sentences will do. You probably don't want to use more than 200 words to describe an image. But you also want to make sure the main information you're trying to convey can be communicated to your users who are not seeing that image. On this slide, I have a picture of a post from Blue Sky, and it's got the alt text modal popped up, and the alt text reads, "A lap pool just after sunrise. A lifeguard in pants and a hoodie is posted at the edge of the deep end, which has steam rising off the surface of the water in the morning light." One other action item I'll task developers with is to make sure that links have descriptive text. Avoid read more and click here because those links won't make sense out of context. At the same time, using the URL as the link text should also be avoided since this can be difficult to understand when reading or hearing read aloud. And style links with consistency. Typically, links are underlined and have a different color than the surrounding text. If you want to remove the underline, you should include another visual cue besides color to indicate something is a link. So moving on from the code editor, you can do some in-browser testing for accessibility as you're in the development process. You can use browser extensions. One that I really like is the Wave evaluation tool. It's awesome. You can turn that on and it will give you some feedback about what you have on that page. It will flag issues so you can go ahead and fix them. You can also look at color contrast tools and color blindness simulators. You can inspect pages and check in the developer tools for accessibility. And Deque has a tool called Axe DevTools, which is a browser extension that you can use as well. As we continue testing in the browser, I think you should test with a screen reader if that's not something you do already. There are different screen readers for different systems. There are JAWS, NVDA, and Narrator for Windows, and VoiceOver for Mac. If you aren't used to using a screen reader, it takes a little getting used to. So I always like to share this resource, these shortcuts for screen readers. Because shortcuts do depend on the screen reader you're using. It's handy to have a guide to that until you get used to it. This can help you to navigate easily instead of having the screen reader read every single thing on the page. Maybe you want to skip around. Maybe you want to figure out how somebody using the screen reader would move from heading to heading, or move between links, or go back to the navigation menu. So check that out. Screen reader testing kind of overlaps with testing with a keyboard. This is something else that's really important to do. So unplug your mouse or put something on top of your trackpad and try navigating the web with a keyboard. I've got another link here with some techniques for keyboard testing, but some of the keys that you're going to use, some of the main players are Tab, Shift, Enter, and Spacebar. You use Tab to navigate to each interactive element on the page, and you can use Shift plus Tab to go back to a previous one. You want to make sure you can access each of these elements with the keyboard and that they have a noticeable focus state. When you're ready to interact with an element, you may use Enter or Spacebar or arrow keys. Another thing that we want to do in testing in the browser is to check different viewports. Make sure text is still readable, the layout is still intuitive, navigation is still fluid on different screens. Accessibility is for everyone. Most of my knowledge about accessibility practices pertain to front-end web development. I don't want to leave anybody out though. Someone asked me a while back, what about if I'm in back-end? I don't personally have much experience here, but I did look into it and I learned that when you're building APIs, you can consider reusable structures and ensure that the content requires accessible roles, names, states, or properties. Also, APIs can enforce requiring things like having captions and transcripts for videos and audio content and alt text for images. Maybe some of you here today aren't in development at all. You're here supporting a friend or family member. Hi, Mom. Well, I want to say that you can help make the web more accessible too. A lot of us are on social media or use communication tools like Slack and Zoom. If you're sharing images, a lot of apps have advanced settings that allow you to add alt text. I honestly really enjoy adding that info because I can use it to give additional context for the image. If you're using an app that doesn't let you add alt text, you can still use a comment or caption on the post or in the chat. Another thing you can think about is adding captions for recorded audio-visual content. Again, some apps have settings built in that will enable this pretty easily, but if they don't, you can look for external apps that can help you with this. So wrapping up, I've talked about how accessibility helps to create digital equality for disabled users. It's going to improve the overall user experience, help people who are experiencing temporary disabilities or situational limitations. And I've said that Shifting Left is a group effort. Everyone who's involved in the development process can work on this. Remember, you can't assume who your user is or what their given situation is. You create a better experience for everyone when you incorporate accessibility. And you don't have to be an expert. You just have to get started. I hope you try some of the tips that I've shared in this session. And here's a list of some of my favorite resources so you can continue to add to your toolkit. There's a course here, an Introduction to Web Accessibility. And I found a quick reference for how to meet WCAG, which is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. Somebody shared this resource the other day, Intentionally Inaccessible Websites. You can take a look through those and see if you can spot some of those issues. I've got links to color contrast checker, the Wave tool that I mentioned earlier, the browser extension, those screen reader shortcuts, keyboard shortcuts, and a link to AxCon 2025, which already happened, but you can sign up for it now and you'll have access to all of the talks that were given. And something really cool this year at AxCon is that the keynote speaker was Alice Wong, who I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, the author of Disability Visibility. So that was a real full circle moment for me to be actually participating as in AxCon and to witness that awesome keynote. So I hope you have a chance to check that out. All right, and got some of my contact info here. If you ever want to chat about accessibility, please get in touch. I'm happy to share what I know. And if there's something I don't know, we can look into it together. If you have something you want to share with me about accessibility, please hit me up. I'm always wanting to learn more. Thank you to everyone at Virtual Coffee for the amazing community, and thanks to the organizers who gave me the opportunity to speak today. Thank you everyone for being here today, and please enjoy the rest of the Virtual Coffee Conference.
Woohoo. Amazing job, Mika. That was so wonderful. You are definitely came off as a seasoned professional speaker. So just extra applause and hats off to you, everyone. This is your first conference talk, right?
Yeah.
So definitely there's a lot of love for you in the chat. Everybody really enjoyed the talk, so definitely check that out. And I know like this is something that we talk about all the time in Virtual Coffee, and it doesn't matter if you've been in tech for a long time or a little bit of time. Like as a boot camp grad, I don't remember doing that much about accessibility, and so a lot of it is like trying to fill in those knowledge gaps. But I know people that have been in tech for many, many years and also didn't know about it too. So I think it's kind of like unfortunately one of those evergreen topics, because ideally like we wouldn't have to talk about this, right? Like we would build it into our process. And so this is why I just really appreciate that everything that you just shared, because it's so important for everybody to know.
Definitely. Yeah, I think so too. And that's why I just won't stop talking about it. And I'm really excited that I get to work with a company that has digital equality as its mission. It's a dream come true. So
Wonderful. We're so
happy to be
happy for you. So if you had to pick one resource to start with, let's say for somebody that's really new to tech and is just kind of learning front-end development, which one would you send them to?
I think maybe that first item on my list of resources, that's kind of like an introduction to web accessibility from the World Wide Web Consortium. I think that's what it was. I think like Odin Project and Codecademy probably have intro to web accessibility. I wish I did have one thing that I was just like, this is the one, but I feel like I'm always just hopping around and digging into different resources. Yeah, I have to say Deque, of course, is a great resource. They have a university where you can do some courses there, and they have a lot of articles and resources that you can use when you're checking for accessibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I find that I've learned the most actually through going to conference talks, because I learned so much, and then I know like, oh, I can reach out to Mika about this thing, or if I have a question, because sometimes like you'll find that with accessibility resources, maybe just general tech resources, they could be a little hard to navigate. They're like kind of dry, or like I don't know what you're talking about, and so like having something for every level of understanding can be really useful, and like talking to people like you makes it more accessible to find those things.
I get that. Yeah, having conversations and just doing things interactively, maybe in a presentation you can see those real life examples. And yeah, and just practice accessibility, do accessibility audits. If you want to try it out today, if you're a developer and you're familiar with it, like just go to a website and download that wave evaluation tool and run that at the same time and see everything that pops up, and you can kind of get an idea of some of those issues. I think there's a statistic like 95% of websites are their homepage is not totally accessible. Not to say that it's a disaster, but there will be issues and stuff. So hopefully we can get to a better place with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it starts with this. It starts with these conversations and understanding. So thanks again. I think you did an absolutely wonderful job. So everyone give Mika a shout out there in the chat. Let her know in Slack what an amazing job she did. And then we'll be wrapping up. We'll take a short break here, and then we'll be back with Trillium, where we are going to be talking more about accessibility. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. We are so excited to be back. We just heard from Mika Rodriguez, and accessibility is for everyone. We have a great talk to follow this. It's so perfect to go go together. So we have Trillium Smith today, who is a software developer who's passionate about accessibility with a focus on hands-free computer use. As a dedicated Talon Voice user, Trillium advocates for more inclusive technology and shares insights on enhancing accessibility and productivity without relying on a keyboard or mouse. So we're going to learn more from Trillium's talk, get an overview of how to use Talon Voice Accessibility Suite to control our computers without our hands. And this presentation is going to cover voice commands for navigation, text input, coding, and more. So we're going to be learning about how to make computing more accessible for individuals with mobility impairments or for those who are looking to reduce repetitive strain. So excited for this one. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Trillium, and to be teaching us about hands-free computer use with Talon Voice.
Thanks so much, Becca. I appreciate that. Hey, everybody. I'm Trillium. I'm going to do my best to provide this entire presentation without using my hands. We'll see how it goes. So here we go. Slide next. Hey, who am I? Slide next. I'm Trillium. I'm an open source software developer. I live in Los Angeles. I'm a partner dancer. I've had a past in massage therapy, and over the years, through that work, I've kind of worn down my body a bit. And so over time, I had a lot more aches and pains, and I thought to myself, wouldn't it be great if I could do a lot more of my computer-based actions without having to actually be in front of a keyboard and mouse? It all started for me in, excuse me, slide next. It all started for me right around like 2021. The pandemic had completely shut down my previous work, and I was looking for something else to dig my hands into. And I came across a talk by Emily Shea about her journey with RSI and how she got into hands-free computer use. And the system has developed a lot since then. I think the hands-free computer use systems have been around for a while. But in particular, over the past like 4 or 5 years, the community who develops the open source command set for Talon Voice has really like honed the API of exactly how one can use this system easily. Slide next. So why use a hands-free system in the first place? Slide next. The first reason, of course, is accessibility. For anybody who doesn't have easy access to their hands and their fingers, or typing can hurt, things like that. Maybe your arm just doesn't work as well as it used to. Having the ability to access the same web experience, computer experience as regular people, able-bodied people, is super helpful. Of course, then there's also productivity. There's things that I find are easier to do for me in a voice-based format. And then, of course, when you get to do hands-free computer use very well, it looks like magic. It's super fun. Slide next. So the state of voice accessible tools at the moment, there's been a lot of changes specifically with tools like ChatGPT. Slide next. Voice assistants through your phone, Siri and Google, ChatGPT, and then there's also vehicle voice assistants. One of the things that I find a bit constrictive about those other environments is that the ability to change them, to update them, to have them do exactly what you want is very closed. Whereas a system like Talon Voice, everything that my system is going to execute is user defined in a way that I can go and look through the code and change things if I need to. Slide next. So what exactly is Talon Voice in the first place? Talon Voice is an application written in Rust. It has an audio language model that is constantly listening in the background. Slide next. Has an audio language model that's constantly listening in the background. When it hears an utterance that will match some predefined command set, it finds the one that matches it the most, and then it executes that action. Slide next. So what operating systems can run Talon Voice? And the answer to that, slide next, is currently all of them except for Linux with Wayland, because the current accessibility suite is not super great at the moment. They're working on it. But if you are going to use Linux, then you have to use X11. Slide next. Do you need to run an internet connection when you're using Talon Voice? Slide next. No, no, you don't. One of the great things about it is that it all runs locally. So if you happen to work at a FANG organization or somewhere that has their systems more locked down for security purposes, you should still be able to get a system like Talon Voice authorized if you need it. Slide next. All right, so what exactly is happening when it comes to how we can use a system like Talon Voice? Slide next. So if we were gonna write, like, spell out a website, for example, we'd have to do something like, say, HTTP :/www dot. One of the challenging things about the English alphabet is that a lot of the letters sound the same. So B, C, D, E, G, P, T, Z, all those letters have a very similar sound. They rhyme. And so essentially, a model trained on audio is going to have a harder time determining those sounds. So we need to use an alphabet that is more easily recognized by some sort of computer system. Slide next. And an alphabet like this already exists. There's probably multiples of them, but for example, the native phonetic alphabet that's used by pilots is very easy. It's good to be able to differentiate the letters, but one of the problems is, like, November for N, that's 3 syllables. And if you're speaking all day long, that can be a challenge. And so Talon Voice uses its own. Over time, the users of Talon Voice have determined that there's, like, words that are more easily recognized by the system, and you can use words that are shorter. And so the Talon Voice alphabet that is recommended from the get-go looks like this. Slide next. Yeah, so if I wanted to write the letter A, I would use the word air, ABC, airback cap. This is the default alphabet. I pulled this image from the Emily Shea's website from wellquenched.club. My alphabet, I've updated it a little bit. It looks a little different. Help alphabet. And so I've been, like, testing out other words, and for R, I've got risk, and for O, I've got oats that are both in there. And one of the nice things is that, like, if you want to update your alphabet, it's a pretty easy process to get more letters that you can test out. Help close. Slide next. And so what is Talon good at? Like, if I were to want to integrate Talon into my regular workflow, and I don't necessarily need to use it all the time, what exactly is the areas where I would want to integrate Talon easily in my workflow? Let's see here. Slide next. Talon is really good at writing text from the current cursor position. So if I wanted to do any sort of dictation, Talon has an integrated dictation option for that. Organizing window positions, I tend to find it easier in Talon Voice. Formatting variable names. One of the, like, hardest parts about voice coding is making sure that everything matches in a code window, and that can be more challenging if you're having to dictate special characters. So yes, entering special characters like $, curly brackets, and then of course repeating actions. One of my favorite things about this system is how simple it is to repeat actions. Slide next. So what's hard about using Talon Voice? One of the things I find challenging about it slide next, is complex mouse actions. Any sort of action where I need to do some sort of clicking and dragging. Doing it purely by voice is pretty hard. Sometimes I will move back to my my trackpad to be able to do that. Or there's also a couple of different like coordinate type systems that can be used. And then of course, there's a humongous amount of commands already that ship with the Talon Voice or Talon Hub community command set. And so discovering those pre-made pieces of code is a bit challenging. I learned about a new one recently that I'll show off in a little bit. And then of course, using Talon Voice in a noisy space makes it so that sometimes other people's speaking shows up and messes with my computer a little bit here and there. Luckily, I can turn it on and off when I need to. And then of course, remembering the commands, like I feel like the learning curve can be pretty rough in the beginning. Slide next. One of the great things about Talon is that it's also extremely extensible. So being able to hook in other tools into Talon's pretty simple. Or I guess I wouldn't necessarily say it's simple, but it is very doable. Slide next. There's a bunch of extensions currently that like will increase the usefulness of the Talon Voice system. One of my favorite ones is called Gaze OCR. And OCR stands for Object Character Recognition. So if I wanted to interact with text on the screen, Gaze OCR will take a screenshot of the current screen and then index all of the words on the screen, and then I can do like complex actions like selecting or moving the mouse before a thing or double clicking on a thing. Rango is a Chrome extension that I use to navigate the web. I find this one essential. It renders a list of characters, like one or two characters, alphabetical characters before every single interactive button. I know Mecca had a talk earlier on accessibility, and Rango uses accessibility tools to create voice-based interactions on websites. Cursorless is one of my favorite tools in Talon Voice. It's kind of what got me interested in the system in the first place, was how can I use a voice-based system to write code on a daily basis? And Cursorless makes that way easier. There's AI tools that I currently don't use right now, but they allow for running LLM interactions. So like if you had some text selected and you wanted to format it or check for spelling, things like that. And then there's also a extension called Parrot, which lets you train custom sounds. So for example, integrated into Talon by default is the pop sound. But if you wanted to make another sound like knocking on a table or making a louder click sound with your mouth, something like that, those sounds can be associated with different actions in the Talon Voice system. Slide next. So we've arrived at the demo section of the talk, and I'm going to do my best to make everything so seamless. Let's see here. So the first thing that we're going to do is, slide next, take a look at how to format text, specifically variable names. And then let's see here. So right now there's a gray icon in the top of my screen with an RO in it. When that icon is blue, that means that the system is in command mode. Currently it's in sleep mode, and so I've authorized some actions like slide next and slide previous, which is going to do a thing right now. Let's see if it actually, no, okay, cool. Since it's listening to me, sometimes when I talk about the next actions I'm going to take, I have to deal with the results of that in the system. All right, so I'm going to wake up Talon, and then I'm going to go to a text window, and then I'm going to do some formatting. Wakey wakey. Focus Chrome. Zoom in third. Sentence, the quick brown fox. Dross. So my sleep word is Dross. So when you hear me say that, I'm turning off the system. And right now in the top there, the icon is gray, and so it's in sleep mode. And of course, there's still a couple things that are slipping through there that allow me to do like go forward and go back actions. Okay, so that was the formatter sentence. Talon Wake, help formatters. I'm going to move this out of the way with my mouse. Currently, my action for putting stuff to sleep also takes away the help windows, and so I'm going to use a key to turn the system off right now. Oops, there we go. Get that out of the way. Thank you. Talon Wake, lap, all cap, the quick brown fox. Lap, camel, the quick brown fox. So Dross. Cool. So that's using formatters to insert text. Talon Wake, focus beta. Slide next. Oh, hey, Dross. There's also dictation. Talon has an integrated dictation mode, and so let's see how that goes. Talon Wake, slide previous. Oh, slide next. Focus Chrome. Command Air. Clear left. Mode dictation. Okay, so now I'm in dictation mode. And that's gonna take everything that I'm saying, and as the system recognizes my voice utterances, it'll write them down. I can do things like period, comma, question mark within dictation mode, and those are fairly simple, but they don't necessarily use the same like shorthand. Like for example, the shorthand that I have for a comma in when Talon is in command mode looks something like drip. Oh, never mind. There it is. I thought it would be harder. Mode dictation, excuse me, mode command, focus beta, slide next. All right, Dross. So as I said earlier, the main reason why I got into this in the first place was so that I could do voice coding. And there's a extension. Oh, I guess we're going to demo Cursorless and coding at the same time. There's an extension called Cursorless, which will render a dot. I'll just show it off right now. Talon Wake, focus code, Dross. It'll render a dot above every single important block of text on the screen. So for example, I've got the I here with the dot virtual, excuse me. There's an I above the, there's a dot above the I in the word virtual. And so if I were to use the word for I in the system, then I could interact with this line here. Let's see here. Talon Wake, help alphabet. Take sit, Dross. I should really change that. Currently, of course, when I say Dross, it's going to get rid of the help windows. Talon Wake, help alphabet. Okay, so we've selected the word virtual here with the token for the word for I, which in this case is sit. So if I wanted to do a more complex action, Talon Wake, comment line sit, Talon sleep, Talon sleep. There we go. So if I wanted to do a more complex action, I could say that I want to interact with the line associated with the token I. And in this case, we used a comment action, and so since the line is already commented, it uncommented it. And currently, Cursorless, or excuse me, Talon Voice also does hot reloading. And so if I were to save this file, then I should be able to use this action right away. Talon Wake, Talon Wake, command history, disk, lap third, virtual coffee emoji, Dross. There goes the help windows again. That's okay. So yeah, so this is a really easy way for, here's an example of generating a command in Talon Voice. And then now I need to get rid of this because if I save this again, it's going to make the file error. Wakey wakey, Chuck line, Dross. Oh, wakey, wakey. Focus beta. Slide next. Dross. Okay, what about actually navigating the web in Chrome? Let's see here. Wakey, wakey. Focus Chrome. Go tab 1. Talon sleep. So on the screen is a bunch of rendered letters above every single interaction, like a link here. So if I were to say the words, let me see here. If I wanted to go to, I'm already in the pull request. If I wanted to go to the base of the repository and look at the README, I would say find made. Talon wake, find made, Dross. Okay, of course, that's navigating links, but what about actually tabbing down the screen or, moving where the viewport is? Talon wake, wakey, wakey, downer, downer, Dross. So there's a simple kind of view window shifting with the word downer, and that just moves the window. But of course, if that's a little saying downer every time is probably not the most ideal, and so we can get into something like repeating actions. And so if my system is awake, Talon wake, downer, Dross, and I make a pop sound, then it'll repeat the previous action. Yeah, okay. Talon wake, focus beta, slide next, Dross. And I talked about tiling. Tiling's pretty great. Let's see how it works right now. Talon wake, focus Chrome, snap right, focus code, snap left, Dross. Okay, well, that's an easy version of tiling, but what about something a little more complicated? Talon wake, wakey wakey, focus Chrome, snap right 2/3, focus code, snap top left third, focus terminal, snap bottom left third, Dross. Cool. Window tiling. It's pretty great. Talon wake, focus beta, slide next, Dross. Okay, well, does anybody have any questions at this time? If you got them, put them in the chat. I'll do my best to answer things. And I think what I'm actually going to do is hopefully make Becca handle the questions, and I'll answer them as they come in.
Yeah, excellent. That was so amazing. I think like you really showed what you can accomplish with that and navigated some problem areas. And so there's a lot of people in the chat. I know that there were like some concerns about it being a little difficult or challenging to get started with. So, like what kind of tips do you have for that?
So to actually get started with the system, one of the first things that needs to be done is just to understand the alphabet itself. It takes a bit, and I would probably use flashcards for something like this just to get them in my head. At this point, I know my alphabet pretty well, and sometimes when I'm actually spelling things out in the world, I'll use the wrong words for the alphabet because to me in my brain they're equivalent. Yeah. So alphabet, and then what other things would I use? I mean, it really depends on like what your problem areas are. I would also maybe like do your best to write down the things you're having challenges with. And the Talon Voice also has like a really vibrant community that with a bunch of helpful members in a Slack channel. And if you have concerns or things that need you need assistance with, there's I don't know 100,000 something like that. There's a lot of active members in that Slack, and people get back to you pretty quickly.
Yeah. And so, okay, let's see. One of the other questions was like a cheat sheet. How do they have some resources that folks can download or use to, kind of ease into it?
I honestly don't know about a Talon Hub community command set cheat sheet. I bet there is one. I haven't had to use one for a minute, so I don't have that on hand.
Yeah.
There is a cursorless cheat sheet for the voice coding, wakey wakey, focus code, snap full, cursorless cheat sheet. Oh, come on, help cursorless. Of course, it doesn't want to demo it right now. There's a really great cheat sheet that's let's see here. I'm using my hands now. Cheat sheet. There we go. For Cursorless itself, I'm going to turn off Rango. Wakey, wakey, hints off, dross. Yeah, so here's the Cursorless cheat sheet. So if you were gonna get into Cursorless, this is I guess step 2 of the voice coding process. You have to learn the alphabet and stuff first, and then this. But there is this cheat sheet exists, and one of the nice parts about it is that when you launch it properly from your VS Code window, it'll actually insert your own words for the different defined things here. Like for example, in my setup, let me see, where's the colors? Yeah, I have other colors besides blue, green, pink, red, yellow. I have a word for my yellow is the word gold, and I have an additional color, purple, which is the word plum.
Hmm. So what do you think are some of the commands or the use cases for this that you might have like stumbled over initially, but you find to be really great to use right now?
I think like when I think about this question, I think more about like what do I find that I like more in Cursor or in the Talon Voice environment. And I don't necessarily spell as well as I used to. And so I have always used voice tools, whether it's a system like Talon Voice or a voice assistant on my phone, to make sure that I'm spelling words correctly. Wakey, wakey, focus code, tab new, word discombobulated, dross. Like I wouldn't spell that properly for the first time, and
Yeah.
also I can say it faster than I can write it. So things like that. There's also like just a bunch of little small like silly things like that just bring me joy. The default wake and sleep command is not wakey wakey, dross. But I put that in there because I thought it was fun. There's also like I have it hooked into my Raycast very easily, and so let me see here. Wakey wakey, Ray confetti, lap, dross. I don't know, just small things like that bring me joy. As far as like where to go first, I think it's like a targeted approach. Like if I wanted to, for example, one of my desires was to be able to use this system while I was rowing on my row machine, which is like right here. And I have a big TV right there. And so I've got it set up to where I can do voice coding and then interact with my computer with the microphone, and then do things like return text messages. I've reviewed pull requests. I've like read like online forums while I'm getting exercise. So combining actions, things like that.
How hard is it to review a pull request? Because I feel like it's almost a different language there too, to be able to go through and navigate the different spaces and leave comments or.
Well, let me see here. Wakey wakey, focus Chrome, go tab 1, go way up, hints on, air red. Let's see here, downer, cap trap, dross. So as far as like getting to the point where I have enough context to start to review better, I can go through and read this conversation here. Wakey wakey, bat fine, dross. I can also go through and look at like the actual code changes, and I don't necessarily need to fire this up in my system. But if I were to do that, then I would want to pull this particular pull request down. I don't have this set up on my system right now, but I have some terminal commands that make that pretty easy. And so I don't know. It's kind of like when you are editing your own bash profile. Like I've got a lot of things that I have built up over time that work for me. And those things help me do things like reviewing pull requests or getting the code onto my computer by voice faster.
Yeah, I love that. I love seeing how you've built this into your workflow and all the different capabilities that you can use with Talon Voice. So
Yeah, and there's so much more. It's like I couldn't demo it all right now. I wish I could. Wakey wakey, focus beta. Slide next. I think we're already kind of in the next part. Slide next. Dross. And so yeah, I think we're supposed to transition now. I'm kind of over time, but I wanted to say voice tools to me are like one of the most fun ways to interact with devices, and I really love the API that the people within the Talon Voice community have developed. I think it's really effective, and I wish that it was on Android and iOS. But yeah, if you want to check it out, feel free to send me a message. Slide next. Here's my information. And then of course, if you want to take a look at the slides, that link on the right's the slides, and then hopefully you'll be sticking around in the chat as well if anybody has any questions.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much, Trillium. I know that I learned so much, and everybody in the chat is super excited about this. So we appreciate you sharing and showing us the capabilities. So we're going to be taking a little break. And then up next, I think we have Nick Taylor, and we are going to learn how to build a GitHub Copilot extension. Welcome back, everyone. We have had some amazing talks today. Very excited. Thank you all for being here. Thanks everyone for being part of the chat, for listening, for watching together. Don't forget to like and subscribe to CFE's channel. It helps them put on amazing events like this one. We're super thankful to them for doing this for Virtual Coffee. This is our 5 years of Virtual Coffee, and we're celebrating with this conference. So the first time we've had a conference, had some amazing speakers and great support, and just want to show gratitude for them. It's Friday gratitude time, y'all. So share in the chat what you're grateful for. We just had a fantastic talk from Trillium on hands-free with Talon, and now we're going to be moving to Nick Taylor, who's going to do a hands-on demo. So welcome, Nick Taylor. I've known Nick since he's been coming since almost the very beginning, maybe the beginning of Virtual Coffee. We worked together at OpenSauce, but now he's a developer advocate at Pomerium, which is a zero trust, identity aware proxy platform with over a decade of open source contributions, 5 years of professional open source experience at companies like OpenSauce, where we worked, Dev.to and Netlify. He's got great and deep community knowledge, and he brings that all to his work. And if you know Nick, you know that he's always approachable. He's always someone great to work with or to help you out or to answer your questions. So definitely check out his live stream. He live streams on tech content. Sometimes he does it by himself. Sometimes he does it with friends. It's always fun to be on the live stream with Nick too. So I don't know if he has any open slots, but you might want to hit him up and see if you're looking for that. So like I said, he's going to do a hands-on demo creating a GitHub Copilot extension from scratch using the Copilot extensions SDK and Hono.js, which he's going to cover some best practices, show us how to set up a dev environment for debugging, and we will see a working Copilot extension by the time he's done. So welcome, Nick. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and no pressure after that introduction. Cool. All right, so I guess we'll get started. Cool. Okay, yeah, I can't hear you, Becca, so I'm assuming I'm starting now. Cool, yeah, all right, I got a nod. Cool, so yeah, like Becca was saying, we're gonna learn how to create a GitHub Copilot extension today. Like Becca was saying, I'm a dev advocate over at a company called Pomerium. I'm from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, so if you like poutine, that's a plus in my books. I'm pretty much Nicky T online everywhere, and you can find me everywhere at nickyt.online. And I'm also not a big fan of spiders, although the little ones now smaller than a quarter, I'm generally okay with these days. I know they're eating bugs, so yeah. So what are we going to cover? We're going to talk about what is GitHub Copilot. What is the GitHub Copilot extension, the anatomy of a Copilot extension, and then we're going to build. There is this Copilot extension template that I created. There'll be a QR code if you want to snap that during the live stream, or you can just go to that URL now. We're also going to be using the GitHub Copilot extension SDK preview. And we're going to go through just kind of setting up your development environment. And then we're going to wrap things up. I did have 2 slides to show that I've been part of Virtual Coffee for 5 years now, but I think my slide deck did an update. So I had this nice picture showing my initial convo with Becca in DMs on Twitter back in 2020 saying, hey, is there a slot free? And everything's like super automated now at Virtual Coffee, but at the time it was literally like copy paste, here's a Zoom link. So anyways, shout out to VC. So before we get started, so like, why are we even talking about Copilot extensions? Well, like Becca says, and my old CEO, B. Dougie says, you know, you got to have a story. So here's a bit of story time. So I did work at a company called OpenSauce prior to where I'm at. Think of it as like GitHub Analytics on steroids. And we built some cool stuff there, including a AI feature called Star Search. And this is something that you could just use to ask stuff about repositories and projects. So like you can see here, Brandon Roberts, who's an old coworker of mine, who you might know from Analog.js. I'm just asking what he's worked on here, and there's some information that popped up. And that was just like a classical just chat interface for, you know, AI. That brought me to like talking at work, like, there's these things called Copilot extensions. Maybe we can build one for open source. So I got a chance to hang out with a couple engineers from GitHub, and that's what we did on a live stream. And basically, I ended up making this proof of concept for Star Search, which was open source AI offering as a Copilot extension. So that's kind of how we got here and how I got into all this. There is that template that I mentioned. Today, I kind of went YOLO last night, and I vibe coded a Copilot extension that we're going to look at. This is what I'm going to walk through in terms of like the demo and stuff, but it's based off of the Copilot extension template I created. So if you want to grab a snap of that QR code, you can. I'll leave that up for a second. If you want to follow along, if not, feel free to take a peek at it later. Give it a star if you like. So let's kind of dig into things. So we're definitely going to talk about Copilot extensions, but what is GitHub Copilot? I feel like most people probably have an idea, but I'm going to just kind of give a rundown of what I think Copilot is. So it's a coding assistant. It's kind of like your pair programming buddy. You can perform inline code completions. There's capabilities to ask questions, get answers, refactor files. And it can be extended via GitHub Copilot extensions, which we'll dig into shortly. And it also has a new agent mode as of early February 2025. So like if you used like Cursor or Windsurf, something like that, it's like it can just keep working on stuff. So like you ask a question, it fixes something, and it keeps going on its own. Aside from that, GitHub Copilot can now be used in any editor if they leverage the recently released Copilot Language Server SDK. So you're not just limited to Microsoft properties now. So speaking of which, so where can you use it? So you can use it on github.com, Visual Studio if you're a .NET developer, Visual Studio Code, GitHub Codespaces, JetBrains IDEs, even Xcode if you're an iOS developer. And you can even use it in Vim and NeoVim, because there's always somebody that says, by the way, I use NeoVim. And you could, like I mentioned, there's any editor that leverages the Copilot Language Server SDK. You can actually even use GitHub Copilot on the command line now. So you need to install it in the command line, but you can ask questions like that in the CLI and you'll get answers. So here I'm asking, how do you set permissions on a script? And it's going to think about it, and then it's going to give some examples and either explain it, copy the command. So that's just another way you can leverage Copilot. So what is a GitHub Copilot extension? I think the name kind of says it all, but because it literally extends GitHub Copilot. So what does that mean? You can create a custom AI powered tool, integrate with third-party services, and as of recently, I think a couple months ago, you can now access files and the editor context. So like if you've used GitHub Copilot and you're asking questions about a file, you'll see the file in the UI there of Copilot. You can actually get access to that in a Copilot extension too now. Now, there's two types of Copilot extensions, and I'm going to take a sip of water here because my mouth is very dry for some reason. Cool. So there's two types of extensions. There's a skill set, and this makes it easy to connect third-party services and custom APIs into the GitHub Copilot workflow. Give a trivial example, like you might have things like you ask, what is the weather? And this skill set might have a weather tool in it. So that being installed on your account for GitHub, you would be able to say, what's the weather like? And you would get an answer in Copilot. And the other mode is you could be an agent. So that gives you complete control over handling the request in Copilot. And it also enables custom workflows through integrations with large language models and APIs while managing conversation, text, and user interactions in Copilot. If that sounds like a mouthful, we'll get into it. We'll see it in practical use shortly. And the only other thing I'll say about a GitHub Copilot extension is it works anywhere GitHub Copilot is available, except for the command line, at least for now. Maybe in future it will. So what does it look like? So here I am in GitHub Copilot, and I'm asking this Copilot extension I created called Ollama Copilot. I'm just saying, memoize this function. And I have a particular file here. This is just a screenshot, obviously, but the thing that you need to know about using a Copilot extension is you always have to start your prompt, if you're using that extension, with the prompt's name. So you have to say @name of your extension or the extension you installed, and then your question. If you add it later, like if you say like, hey, Copilot, can @Ollama Copilot memoize this function, it's not going to use your Copilot extension. It's actually just going to use GitHub Copilot. All right, so let's talk about the anatomy of a Copilot extension. So there's a few things here. So basically, you need a publicly accessible web application. So, it just has to be available on the internet. And the other thing is you need to have a registered GitHub application. And we're going to go through all this. There are Copilot extensions just for VS Code that doesn't require a GitHub application, but I'm not going through that whole flow, but there should be links to if you want to look into just a VS Code specific one. I'm going for the more general purpose. So this kind of extension would work on github.com, VS Code, GitHub Codespaces, wherever. Now, the other things you need is in the GitHub app, you need to set the permissions for the GitHub app. These are the minimal ones you need. So if you want to use an extension, you have to have Copilot chat read-only permissions. There is no write permission for this. It's literally just read-only, but that is like the bare minimum that you need to use a Copilot extension. If you want to have access to files, like I was mentioning before, there's also a context permission, and that's read-only as well. That one is optional, but if you do want to do something with files that you're asking questions about, you'll need that enabled. Security is important. So here in this example here, I'm asking my Ollama Copilot extension, can you improve get Ollama response, which is a function in that Copilot extension. And initially you're going to see it fails, and the GitHub Copilot interface actually asks me, do I want to allow Ollama Copilot to actually read files? And so you have to explicitly allow that. You can allow it just for that particular project you're in using it, or you can say allow it for everywhere. Okay, so let's do some demo time here. I'm going to switch over to coding view, and we're going to talk about a few things here. The main thing is it's a web app. So you can literally write this in whatever you want. I happen to be a fan of JavaScript, so I'm doing this with Hono.js, but literally, if you can create a web application that can be publicly accessible on the internet, it literally does not matter what language it's built in. The only thing I'll say is we're going to be using the Copilot extensions preview here. At the moment, this is only available for JavaScript and TypeScript projects. It is open source though, so like if you are interested in using this in your language, like whether that's Go or like Elixir, I know Brian Meeker is probably in the chat from Virtual Coffee, who's a big fan of Elixir. You could always port it to that. I feel like at some point other languages will be available, but I guess maybe JavaScript's pretty ubiquitous these days, so I think that's probably why they went with that language for the SDK to begin with, at least. And essentially, it really is just a web app. And here I'm using Hono. So like if you've never used Hono, that's okay. I'll zoom in a bit here. If you've used Express, it's similar. So you basically have like your app, and then you can say like get. So like this gets like the route, or you can post, etc. Goal is not really to dig into what Hono is today, but we have this application running right now. So I'm gonna actually open up another browser window. So give me a sec here. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's go there. Okay, and this should be running. So if I go to localhost 3000, cool. So we can see here, welcome to the Copilot extension template. So this is the web app that is going to be the Copilot extension. And the other thing is we do need to make this publicly available. So you can do this many ways, but I use VS Code every day. So basically they have something called port forwarding where you can actually just say like, pick a particular port and make it publicly accessible on the internet. This is similar to tools like ngrok, or if you've used Cloudflare, which is Cloudflare's version of this. But because I'm in VS Code, it's in here already, so I just happen to use this. The one thing you need to know is initially when you open this port, it's private. So you have to set, I can't zoom this part in here because it's the native OS, but you basically have to change the port visibility to public, and that's what it is right now. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this URL here. And if we come back here, I'm going to paste it in. So you can see here, this is a publicly available internet address, and you're going to see it's available. I'm going to drop it in the chat. Becca, if you want to drop that in the YouTube chat, maybe. No biggie if you don't. But people can go click on that, and you should be able to see this is my actual computer running. This is localhost 3000 on my computer. So if people go to that address, you should be able to access it. So that's the one part of the Copilot extension that I mentioned. The other part is, let's go to GitHub, and we need to configure a GitHub app. So basically you go to your settings and then developer settings. I'll zoom in here a bit. I have a few already. This is the one we're going to be looking at after the product manager. But for now, we can, I guess we can look there. It's fine. Okay. Thank you, security. 1 second. Cool. Pass keys for the win. Okay. So there's a few things here in terms of, so this is, we have the running web app right now for Copilot, the Copilot extension. The other thing we need is to create this GitHub app. I already have one created here, but I'm just going to go through the settings that you need to add. And if you don't remember all these settings, don't worry about it. In the Copilot extension template I have a whole guide on how to set all this up. And also shout out to Mika, who gave a talk or is giving a talk. She helped integrate that docs into my Copilot extension template. So the first thing is you need a name. And aside from that, like, we're just using it in a development environment right now. So like if this was like getting ready for production, you'd have like, you know, more details like what is this app and stuff. But for now, you know, you would have a branded homepage and stuff. But for now, I'm using the URL I've exposed on my computer just because this is a required field. This part here, and I'll zoom in a bit. Sorry, I'm just looking. Okay, there's this callback URL, and it's not necessary for a Copilot extension to work, but it's required to create the GitHub app right now. So when I was hanging with Gregor and Francis from GitHub, they just said put one in for now. I think later on, once they refine this, maybe they'll just make it optional if you're creating a GitHub Copilot extension. Aside from that, this will be checked off by default, a webhook. You don't need that. And that's pretty much it there for settings. And then the other thing is the permissions, like I was saying. So this one, I was testing something yesterday. We actually don't need this. So I'm just going to go and remove it. And let's just save that. I'm going to show you what the literal permissions you need just to get things working. So you have to go to account permissions in the GitHub Copilot app here. And then down here, you're going to see there's this Copilot chat permission. By default, it's set to no access. We need to have it set to read only. The other thing is I have this enabled right now, but this is if you want to have access to the editor context, like open files and stuff, so you can actually send those files to your Copilot extension to maybe do additional processing that Copilot doesn't do. And so just to reiterate, the Copilot editor context permission, that's optional, but you always need the Copilot chat one. Cool, cool. Let's close that and let's move back over here. So let me just close that. Okay. So essentially, let's just talk about a bit of best practices. So we're using the Copilot extension preview SDK. When you make a request to the Copilot extension, it's going to post to this address here, which is just the slash, like the root route. And there's some headers that the GitHub Copilot chat is going to send to you. And basically, we just kind of validate this to make sure that it's a valid request. And aside from that, there's some nice helper functions that we can use too. But essentially, if it's not valid, we return, you're not authorized. If other errors occur, there's helper functions like create errors event and so on. And there's a bunch of things here, but I'm just doing a time check here. We're gonna go into this is the code here right now, but let's go into demo mode. So I'll put a breakpoint anyways, just so we can see part of this. And okay, so I made this extension. It's called the Product Manager. And a bit of context here. I gave this talk at All Things Open AI. It was well received. And for folks who know Gant Laborde, he's an awesome speaker. And he gave me some great feedback. He said he loved the talk, but it'd be fun if you made some kind of wacky extension instead, just to showcase things. So I created the Product Manager Copilot extension. So what does this do? Well, basically, I've created some commands you can do here. And I'm going to say, at the Product Manager, give me a feature. And I'll shrink this down a bit. Whoops. There. Okay, so you're going to see here, it comes in. And we've got this is just talking about the validation. So we can see here, we've got a payload coming in from the Copilot extension. We can see here, we got the stuff that we need to validate the request to make sure everything's good. And then I'm just going to go ahead and let it run. So now we come over here and the Product Manager is working, hopefully giving me a new feature. So the idea of the Product Manager is just to give me a wacky feature. So it's saying introducing the Mood Food Bluetooth toaster. I don't even know what it's going to give me. So basically, okay, that's cool. I'm going to say, let's improve it. Let's say support, I don't know, mice-driven development. I don't know. I'm just putting something wacky. It's going to take my advice and it's going to incorporate it into its idea here. And point to mention here is GitHub Copilot can do a lot of stuff, but here I'm just interacting with something this is not something that Copilot out of the box itself could do, which is having a conversation about brainstorming a wacky idea. So it goes, okay, yeah, all right. So it added now with mouse motivation. So I'm like, cool, all right. I'm like, okay, I'm done. So, and these commands, these slash commands, these are just something I put into my extension. So now I'm going to say done. And so some things I want to mention here is these helper functions from the preview SDK allow me to actually have some UI. So I'm able to create this dialog to say, do I want to create a markdown product requirements document from the ideas we've been brainstorming? I can say dismiss and it goes, okay, that's cool. Glad you're happy. But I could also do it again and say slash feature. And let this go. Cool. It's a big into mood features for some reason. Okay, I'll just say sounds good. So I'm not going to give any feedback this time. I'm going to say done. And I'm going to say, cool, that sounds good. Let's generate a document that we can actually start to implement. So I'm going to say accept. And the Copilot extension goes ahead and creates this markdown of a product requirements document. And then I'm like, okay, good. Let's bring that to the team. And then now I can just come over here and I can say new document and we're good to go. And we've got our wacky product idea that's about to be productized. So silly extension, I know, but just to kind of showcase some of the stuff you can do with Copilot extensions. So let's just move back to the slide deck. If you want to, you can pull down this Product Manager Copilot extension. It's based off of the Copilot extension template I created. And here's the preview SDK if you want to grab that too. And if we just move on here, I'll let people take a snap of that if they want to. Yeah, we basically went through this about, setting up the local development server and configuring the GitHub app. I just got too excited about the demo, so I was supposed to show this first. Yeah, so we've done all that basically. So wrapping up, it's still early days for Copilot extensions, and I'm expecting kind of like a Cambrian explosion of Copilot extensions. And everybody keeps saying this, and I do believe it. I think 2025 is the year of agents. So if you want to go give these two repos a star, I won't say no if you do. And I'll leave you with, go ahead and build your own Copilot extension. And here's a few resources. You can check that out. Here's the slide deck if you want to grab. I'm sure it'll be available after 2, but I'll just leave that for a second. Cool. And that's it. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thanks, Nick. That was fantastic. You did a wonderful job.
Oh, thanks. I'm definitely very thirsty for some reason. I have no idea why.
So I know that you talked a bit about this is still early days. And you built this like, I don't even know if it was generally available when you started building your extension, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I built it like last summer, and that SDK had just come out, I think, because we knew Gregor from GitHub, because we did some work with them at open source. But yeah, it's still early days, and I honestly don't hear a lot of talk about them right now. I really haven't seen much content about it. Like, there's a lot of talk about Model Context Protocol, MCP, which everybody's heard about, I'm sure. But I think this is just another thing you can put in your AI arsenal tool belt, if that makes sense.
So if you were going to build something else, or you're like, hey, I've got a week to build something really cool, GitHub extension, Copilot extension, what would your idea be?
Yeah, it depends where you use it, I guess, because like you can use it on like github.com, like I was mentioning. You can also use it in the mobile app, but I think if I was in the editor, I like I said, I kind of vibe coded that extension last night. I do feel like it would be a great way to generate some documents for things as a starting point. Like obviously this was a silly example, but I can see like LLMs are really good with text. So like, just getting all your ideas together and then like riffing on an idea, or like even having it suggest ideas. Like I think I think what I have there right now, but in a less wacky way, like what the way it would work maybe more is like maybe it analyzes your code base and goes like, what are some features, or like maybe pull in some information about your product to see like what are some potential features I could suggest, and just as starting points, not as like take it as verbatim and roll with it, but um just to be able to riff on something, because I don't know about yourself, Becca, but I tend to use Copilot or like ChatGPT or Claude, really like a pairing buddy. And a lot of times it's just having a conversation as opposed to just give me an answer. And I find that super helpful. And just generating docs, like that document I generated at the end of the demo, that was just a template. So you like I said, AI is really good with stuff. So if you have like at your work, you have a specific template for some kind of document and you can just kind of chat. I think that's just a quick way to just move a little faster in terms of certain workflows. And I think documents would be a good one. The other thing I'd say is I didn't have time to do this. I was a bit off too much last night, but more than I could chew. But creating issues straight from Copilot with an extension. So like, hey, I found a bug, create an issue for me. It could send the line or even the chunk of code, and then just create an issue. Like you might refine it after and stuff. But that I think would be, just another, because when you're in the context of something, you don't want to be pulled out of that context. So I think stuff like that would be super useful too.
Yeah, I love that kind of streamlining that workflow. So just like powering up what your existing tool set is. So great.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Nick, for being here and for sharing that with us here. Everybody, share some love for Nick in the chat. Go ahead and give him a follow on all of the places. We are going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back with our last 30-minute talk of the day. And then after a longer break, we'll be moving into lightning talks and our final panel of the day. So stick around.
rhythm and the groove. Move, move. Alright, I make me tell you listen. Move, move. We a dance to the rhythm and the groove. Move, move. Watch them massive and crew, them a move. So we drop it, so we do it. This a rhythm, I lock down the street. So we chop it, so we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. Alright, so we chop it, so we do it. Lock down and we a lock down the street. So we chop it, so we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah, 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 yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tapping up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody
Welcome back, everyone. We are so excited to be welcoming our last 30-minute talk. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We're still here for the rest of the day, but we've had some amazing talks today, and Dan Ott is going to be rounding out those 30-minute talks. So we're going to learn a lot. So Dan is a developer and a designer with Sprockets. He's been working on the web since 2005. And fun fact, Dan was my first employer when I came into tech. So I've known Dan since before Virtual Coffee, and this is great to be able to also share this experience. Dan is one of the maintainers at Virtual Coffee, so I think it's just a lovely way to kind of round out these morning talks. I guess it's afternoon here too. But Dan plans and designs. He implements projects ranging from old PHP and MySQL apps to modern web apps to mobile apps and lots of things in between. He is also a father to 2 ridiculous boys and 1 absurd dog. He is an Eagle Scout, if you did not know that, and as again an org maintainer here at Virtual Coffee. So his talk today, From Table Layouts to Tailwind, 20 years of hard lessons and hot fixes, is going to take us through 2 decades of web development. So Dan's been around long enough to have seen frameworks rise and fall, to learn how best practices become worst practices, and how simple hot fixes can bring down entire sites. So he's going to teach us some of the lessons that he's learned, the mistakes that he's made, and insights that he's gained about code, collaboration, problem solving, and navigating a career in our ever-changing industry. So let's welcome Dan. Thanks so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Becca. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Also want to shout out CFE for hosting us. We all really appreciate that. Yeah, so this is my talk. I'm Dan. I am from Cleveland. I've been a developer for a long time, and I'm not going to go deep into bio because most of this talk is kind of about that. So I think Becca covered it all. Yeah, this talk turned into sort of an introspective for me personally, and I found it kind of valuable. So hopefully some other people can find at least a little bit of value or entertainment from it. So how it all started, right? So Flash sites and table layouts. So I grew up in Lakewood, Ohio, and I started making Flash sites for my band. So this is my band. It's called Searching for Words. That's me. It's kind of looking, I don't know, emo over there on the side. And yeah, my first thing on the internet was, aside from maybe some GeoCity stuff, was this Flash site. So Flash was Macromedia Flash. I think they were owned by themselves, and then Macromedia bought them. And good, I'm already losing my voice. That's great. I just started. And yeah, and so Flash was a kind of interesting technology. There's a lot of drag and drop. You could code, but it was more of a way to visually make things. And you used to be able to, you'd see these a lot, entire sites built in Flash. And so this was me messing around after school, things like that. And I was writing poetry at the time and, taking very artistic pictures. So I think some of that is still around as well. I graduated high school. I graduated high school in, so this was 2001. I had an honors diploma and a C average. If you want to know how I pulled that one off, I can explain that later. I went to college and, I was initially majoring in computer science. I moved into the Creative Arts House and found a very good set of friends, very close friends and lifelong friends, turns out, and changed my major to English, which completely screwed up all of my requirements because computer science and English, if you can imagine, have a bunch of different requirements. So I had to go back for a 5th year in college, and that was really boring because it was all a bunch of intro level things, and I stopped going to classes and then dropped out and started working on websites full time. And this was not like a tactical decision, sort of. It was more of it just sort of happened. But it led directly to where we are now. I did graduate high school eventually a few years later, mostly as a Mother's Day present for my mom. But, that's how it was. So back in that time, front-end development, once we moved past Flash sites, right? So front-end development at that time was based mostly on table layouts. And so that's in the title of my talk. If you haven't come across this is a way to build websites. It still technically works, I suppose, but you would get a Photoshop file, and this is just a screenshot of some random thing I found online, so I probably can't zoom in very much on it, but you'd get a Photoshop file and then slice a bunch of these pictures and build this into an HTML table, right? The like with the table markup. It was really a huge pain, but it did sort of work, and it was the best that anybody knew. Everybody did it this way for a very long time, and that's what I was doing as well. So during college, I made a few more sites. I made a site to host my poetry and awesome pictures, which is still a thing. I haven't touched it since, I don't know, 2004 or 5. Well, here, like a little blog update. So 2005. This is I'll send you if you're really interested. I can share the link later. But this still exists. And if you view source on this, you'll see a bunch of tables and a bunch of iframes. And yeah, it was all the rage back then. And moving past that, what I was doing for the most part after school was working for a company called the Lakewood Observer. And so this is a local newspaper that is locally owned and community written, I suppose. It's like a lot of volunteers. And I worked for $10 an hour building their entire site and their entire platform, it turned out. This is all PHP and MySQL. This is still very close to what I built. And this is still live. So this is lakewoodobserver.com. And I spent, I don't know, a few years working just on this, making $10 an hour and, kind of living the dream. I lived in a house with 3 of my friends. It was a big mess, and we all had fun. But I taught myself how to do all this stuff while I was doing that. And along with that, I was pretty much just in a cave by myself, right? So the office that I worked out of, it's where they also stored a bunch of back issue newspapers. So there's piles and piles of newspaper everywhere, and a little desk and a little computer. And I sat there in my cave and built this whole thing. And it was very valuable. It was very cool, but I eventually found myself, not knowing all the best ways and wanting to meet some new people, right? And so getting closer to, so around 2007, I became aware of the web standards movement. And so this is a movement, around that time in 2007, it was really going strong, I suppose. Lots of books had been written. It was led by Eric Meyer and Jeffrey Zeldman and a bunch of other people like that. And what that was about is using HTML the way it is, sort of supposed to be used instead of tables to build websites. And along with that, I found a meetup on meetup.com called the Cleveland Web Standards Association. And so this was one of our first few meetups. We met in a hotel for months and months, I suppose. And so you can see us here sitting here at this table. Eventually we would stop ordering things, they'd kick us out, and we'd hang out in the lobby. And we just talked about building websites and building, different techniques, all of that stuff. You can actually see, this is Eric Meyer right there. He's one of the, I suppose, godfathers of CSS and modern HTML and CSS design. So it was a really fun time. Started learning a ton more instantly by meeting other people and being exposed to other people. 2007 is also when Twitter started, and I joined Twitter pretty early, and that used to be a very, very fun time. Twitter is, well, I suppose it's not even called Twitter anymore, but I've been trying to find that experience again. And it's been tough, but this is kind of also along the lines of finding your community or finding some people. And then later in 2007, I entered a contest called CSS Off, right? And this is just like a contest. I think if you won, you could get $20 or donate $50 to charity or something like that. And what this was they would give you a Photoshop file, and this is like a screenshot of the Photoshop file, right? So you get this design, and then overnight build just an HTML and CSS page, just a single page that is this exact page, as close as you can get, and try to do it, with all the best practices and all the things like that. And it turns out I won. And only like 20 people, like maybe 20 people submitted entries. It wasn't a huge thing, but it was big enough that somebody who was looking for somebody to fill that front end role found me from that. And so that was Sprockets and Vince France. And So this is 2007. Vince France reached out to me basically on this. He heard my name from the contest, and I started contracting with a company called Sprockets. They are based in Cleveland as well, and that kind of kickstarted my entire career, right? And so that was, moving into that zone. Instead of table-based designs and all that stuff, we'd still get Photoshop files and flat Photoshop files, and then we would build nice HTML and CSS. And this was my role here, was this HTML and CSS. And so I'd get a design from somebody else, build some templates and some things to use, and then send it over the wall to the backend developers that would put this into whatever PHP backend framework they were using, and we would kind of go from there. And it was a pretty good time. I kept meeting with the CWSA, kept engaging in Twitter, and I don't know, it was a fun time, right? And so I got pretty good at it, and eventually things start to roll. So this is right around when lots, front end became much more complicated around this time, right? So, well, sorry, let me back up a second. So I switched the order of the slide like at last second, so I went backwards. But so from 2007 to 2024, I was contracting full time, and across that time, I worked with lots of different clients, hundreds of different projects. And also during that time, the industry changed, right? Like I was saying, you start to get more and more need for JavaScript and fancy components, things like that, and so you start getting tools like Grunt, which I don't know if anybody remembers, but Grunt was awesome. I actually still use Grunt in a couple of production sites right now, even though it's not been supported for a long time. So different ways of building CSS like Sass, and then you get into React, and then talking to APIs and TypeScript and all this stuff, right? So during this time, this is when the I don't know, the ecosystem of front-end development started to change drastically, right? My responsibilities as a front-end developer, and everybody's responsibilities, I suppose, changed a lot during that time too. Also during that time, some life stuff started to happen, right? Like these two little nuggets here. So this is, the older one is Bennett, and that the younger one is Samson. So this was 2016, Bennett was born, 2018, Samson was born. And they are great, and everything was like wonderful with them. But along with that, and along with my sort of tendencies to tend to isolate myself from things like that, and the CWSA stopped meeting, I found myself in one of these like isolation slumps again, where I felt like I was working in a cave. I wasn't working with any other I was the only front-end developer with Sprockets, and I was working on other clients too, but doing pretty much the whole thing by myself. And it started like I started feeling like I wanted to meet some other people, maybe work some with other people, things like that. And so that kind of working into this sort of naturally went into a new phase. So I in 2019 co-founded the Cleveland React Meetup, which met for a while, and that was really, really great. And then I was also, along with that, so when you're contracting, one of the only ways to grow, I mean, you could keep increasing your rate, up to at some point, right? But the one of the other ways to do that is grow the size of your company, right? When you're contracting, you are your own company. And so I decided I would like to find a subcontractor. And Becca mentioned this before, but I came across this tweet that she tweeted out, and I checked out her portfolio, checked out, I don't know, her other stuff on Twitter, and reached out to her basically on this, the reputation of Flatiron and her portfolio and where she was in her career. I wanted somebody that was early career to kind of engage in the mentoring side of it as well as the work side of it. And so yeah, that was 2019 in June, right? So in June of 2019. And then in 2020, a little thing called COVID came along. I don't know if anybody remembers that. It was kind of not a big deal for everybody. But that crushed a lot of things, right? So it killed the React meetup that I put together. And unfortunately, Becca always says that I fired her. I did not fire her. I just my work all dried up during the COVID pandemic when everything was shut down. And so because my work was her work, I had to stop working with her for a little bit. The golden lining in that is another Becca tweet, which should be in the Hall of Fame of tweets. And this was Becca's first virtual coffee, you know, I don't know, for idea, I guess. I don't know. The inception of virtual coffee, right, is Becca just wanted to meet with people having the same kind of desires that I did. You know, you can see in this tweet she's talking about job searching, but which has always been a strong topic in virtual coffee. But the part of it that I related to very much was, you know, was just connecting with people. And I embarrassingly did not come to the first one, but I think I started joining pretty soon after that. And virtual coffee was a turning point in my career. It you know, connected me with way more people than an in-person meetup ever will, right? Just because of the remoteness of it, or I don't know if remoteness is the right term, but you know, the ability to connect with people all over the world, and started making some amazing friends. And oh yeah, sorry, I had this slide in here. This was the original virtual coffee logo. Shout out Karen, who I'm pretty sure put that one together. And yeah, it was a really good time. Along with the subcontractors, you know, so stepping back, I worked with Becca and I wanted to do the mentoring thing. Subcontracting was a lot of work that I didn't quite expect. I think Becca can speak speak to this a little bit as well. But you know, it was a little bumpy for a little bit, trying to put things together in ways that people can, you know, work on them, translating things from my brain into the written word, into ways that people can understand anything. And yeah, and so that was why it was such a big bummer, because we had really just started hitting our stride when COVID hit. But luckily, again, it turned into virtual coffee. So I guess, you know, I guess I was going to say I'm okay with it. I don't know if I go that far, but you know, it was an interesting time. The Stack Overfloweth. Sorry, I'm just like always tickling myself with my titles. So during the phase after that, right? So this is, you know, 2020 post total shutdown, 2020 on to now, right? I was talking about how the ecosystem started to explode, and the last 5 years, it is like the velocity of that has increased by several orders of magnitude, I would say. So, you know, now you have full stack frameworks and, you know, much more things to deal with. And along with that, I was taking on a bigger role with work, right? And so I mean, I started working with Becca again, so you know, she can't say that I fired her for forever. And worked with different subcontractors over that time, and also took on just more and more design and decision-making roles with Sprockets. And you run into this spot where things start becoming more stressful, right? Mistakes can loom larger, the stakes are higher, right? And the high level thinking and planning that you need to do. And I guess when I say high level, I don't mean like, oh, I'm so awesome. I mean like bird's eye view, right? That kind of thinking is very fun, but it can be very stressful as well. And I've also found that it's a little bit harder in that role to see your accomplishments, right? So part of that is because there's not usually, like, I mean, sometimes you have a big release or whatever, but lots of times it is small increments over time. And yes, you've planned for that time, but it's not like it's not as often of a thing where I would pump out an HTML file and some CSS and send it over, and then see it being used like a week later. A little bit less of that, but you know, I was able to find some fulfillment both between the work and the community, meeting with other people in those positions, things like that. Really helped me kind of get through that phase. At the end of an era was, so in last year, 2024, around this time, actually, a year ago, I took a full-time job with Sprockets, and that hasn't changed, you know, my life drastically. I have to do a little bit less bookkeeping, which is really nice. And hopefully this will be the last April that I have to deal with, you know, contracting taxes, which is always kind of a nightmare. But I was doing the kind of thinking that I felt uncomfortable with, honestly, being a contractor doing, making decisions for Sprockets, for that would affect their history and their, uh, I mean, their reputation and everything like that. And so it just seemed like the right fit for all concerned. And I did think about it. It's still weird sometimes thinking about it. But it was a big change for me. And yeah, I mean, I think 1 year in, it's been largely positive. Um, so if I want to think about some lessons that I have put, so I'm sorry. So I meant to put a slide in here that's just like a pause. That was kind of like my work career life story. And in going through this, I promised some lessons and things like that in the description. And I thought I probably should actually have some lessons that, people can take away from this. And these are also, while I was writing this talk, found myself, wishing that I was following these lessons a little bit more, and so I'm going to take this time to um, try to incorporate some of this into my life, or reincorporate it, or refocus on it if I can. So the first one is make time for the hard stuff. And what I mean by that is there's always going to be things that you can do that come more easily or are more fun or more fulfilling, things that you jump towards without really hesitation, without procrastination, right? And then there's things that don't, that are harder, but that might be, still important, right? So for me, that's generally things to do with people, honestly. Writing well thought out docs, writing issues, writing templates. I mean, not templates. Writing pull requests. Descriptions. Really communicating in lots of different ways. It's a different part of my brain, and my is the kind of thing that my brain just runs away from lots of times. And so I've found in times where I've been successful with this, it's because I set aside time to do just those things, right? I can't be in the coding mindset when I need to be writing. And so the way that has worked for me is setting aside a specific time where I can context switch all the way and not be, my brain isn't, tell my brain, this isn't coding time. This isn't, fun puzzle time. This is like, let's do some really important stuff so that we can have more time in the future to work on the fun stuff. Along with this is taking the time to do some personal work, like blogging or streaming like Nick does, or anything like that. I think that it's so valuable, and I always regret it. If you look at my blog, it's just like years and years of 3 or 4 posts, and then a year or 2 gap, and then a post that says, whoop, I guess I forgot about blogging. I'm going to do that more now. And then like another couple year gap. But it's one of those things that is so fulfilling and so important for historical purposes even. If you're planning to work for as long as I have in this industry, having a record of that kind of thing is has so many possible like benefits. So I can't say enough about that. Do things for fun, right? So this is maybe the opposite of it. I don't know. If you find writing fun, then do that, write all the time. If you find coding to be fun, which is kind of where I land, find some fun things to do and do them. That CSS off contest that I won, like literally changed my whole life. And I didn't ever think about it like that. I didn't even think about it as being a portfolio piece or anything like that. It just like was fun for me. And so I engaged with it. And, the CSS battles that Jörn does, that he hosts, those are so fun. And you really you never know what's going to come out of it. And if literally fun is the only thing that comes out of it, it's still worth it. The next one is one that I've always this phrase has been thrown around a bunch of times: strong opinions weakly held. And I don't know, it's kind of a cliche, but it is the way that I go through life, or at least go through my career, my development life, is I tend to, you either learn things or you come about things the hard way, and then it's okay. It's good to have strong opinions about that. If you don't like Tailwind, know why, know why for yourself, but it's okay to not like a thing. I would say the other side of that would be the weekly help part would be, once like enough people start using some technology, it might be time to like check it out. And you can check it out by yourself. You don't have to tell anybody. We won't let anybody know that you're doubting yourself. And phrasing it like doubting yourself makes it sound like a negative, but I would say this is just like one of those things where, you know, I think having a strong opinion can help you sort of identify the ways that you think, and then identify sometimes if you have a strong opinion about something, you might even get into a discussion with somebody about it, and that will either help you, refine your beliefs. Beliefs is a weird word, but like refine your opinion on it, or it might end up having you change your mind, or maybe just send you down a road of like looking something up like that. Here's the list. I started making this list. I know there's way more things, but lists of things that I was wrong about, right? QR codes. This one comes up all the time now because in Sprock, I made a big deal about it in a meeting one time in Sprockets, like maybe 10 years ago, something way before QR codes became common, right? I was like, QR codes are the dumbest thing in the world. Nobody's ever going to pull out their phone and like pull up an app and like do this just to go to a link, and now every time I suggest like, hey, let's just put a QR code there, everybody always points it out. And I was wrong, QR codes, they're good. Tailwind. Yeah, I mentioned Tailwind, and we might talk about it later, but Tailwind is one of those things where if you had shown me Tailwind 20 years ago when we were doing web standards and all that stuff, I would have I did have a very strong negative reaction to it. And I have found the value of it now. And whether you like, I don't get into the tribalism stuff about any of these technologies. I think that's a bad way to go. But I did think it was real dumb, and now I think it's real smart. And then, like, I'm okay with that. Same with React. I thought React was like way overkill, and part of both of these, and I'll just get here at the end, is TypeScript as well. And I think especially with Tailwind and React, part of it is that the technologies have changed in ways that make it make more sense, So if you see some piece of technology that's brand new, and you don't like it, I think check back in a year or two and see if it makes more sense to you at that point. Last lesson is find your people. You are all here. If you just like look around, I guess digitally look around. Virtual Coffee is one of the best places to be, in my opinion, but it doesn't have to be Virtual Coffee. It doesn't have to be an online community. I think, though, it is important to find some people that are doing the kinds of things that you like to do. And that is like the biggest thing for me, and the biggest, thing that has helped my career and my, I don't know, soul through this last 20 years is my people. So that's pretty much it. Just want to wrap up real quick. I wanted to shout out, Kieran and Brian and Kirk and Becca for being the original Planeteers. Really kick-started a lot of the cool stuff that Virtual Coffee does now. I want to thank Meg for, coming on to be another maintainer, and even, from basically the minute she joined, being one of our strongest contributors and like just awesome people. And I mentioned Becca with the Planeteers, but I just wanted to give a very heartfelt thank you to Becca for everything she's done, both for me and for this community. She's amazing, and I don't know what I would have done. It's hard to imagine my life at this point without having met her. So just thank you to Becca as well. And thank you to everybody for listening. I very much appreciate this. And I think that is it. Oh, here's my ridiculous doggy, Ollie. Becca, did I get under 30 minutes? I think I might have.
Of course you didn't, Dan.
Dang it. I have a timer, but I had to start it before.
34.
34? My timer says 31. Darn it.
Well, your timer's slow, but
All right.
it's
Sorry,
okay.
guys.
You did an excellent job, and there's a lot of positive feedback. Thank you for sharing all of that. I think it was a really nice way to wrap up our first half of the conference, and to learn more about Virtual Coffee for folks who don't know and understand that history. We got the Virtual Coffee lore in there as well. Pretty sure IU was getting on you for firing me, so you can talk to her about that after. But well, thank you. That was really really special.
Pleasure.
All right, so we are about to go into a little bit of a longer break as we go through the second part of our conference. So what we have coming up next is our lightning talks and our front end Friday fight night panel. I can't remember what it's called. I'm sorry. But you'll see some of our speakers from before come back. But before we jump to break, we did some special things for Virtual Coffee all week. So it was conference week. We did additional events. We did a bunch of async things. One of the things that we did do was Virtual Coffee trivia. And we're super thankful to Rolando, who does trivia for Virtual Coffee. He was doing it every week and every other week. And so we have a special themed one that we did for the conference week. So Rolando is here to share the trivia and the winner of the trivia. Hey, Rolando.
Hey, Becca, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
I'm doing great. So I was told I have a few minutes.
You're live, so you wanna share
Okay.
more about the trivia?
All right, cool. I was looking at you on YouTube, and your YouTube person is already talking, so there's a lag. So I only have a few minutes to go over all of the answers. So I'll go over the answers quick, and then we'll announce the winners. So the first one about the country whose ICAO code is VC, that is Sri Lanka. The two-word member nation of the United Nations is Cabo Verde or Cape Verde. Some people put Cape d'Ivoire or the Ivory Coast. And some people actually put in the Vatican City. Vatican City is not a member nation of the United Nations. ARDC stands for the American Research and Development Corporation. The VCU mascot are the Rams. Even though the female gender would be the U's, they still call themselves the Rams. The country that produces the most coffee is Brazil by almost 40%. The console is the virtual boy. And remember this, everything here is around VC or virtual coffee or coffee. So that's why this is virtual boy. The award given is the Victoria Cross. Marlon Brando plays Vito Corleone in The Godfather, that was written by Mario Puzo, also wrote the screenplay. PVC stands for polyvinyl chloride. And the only virtual coffee specific holiday is Kirk Day. And that was before my time, so I don't have a lot of explanation. So you may want to talk to Beck about what exactly that means. And there was a tiebreaker question where if anyone had the same number of correct answers, this would be the difference. The number of Starbucks locations in the world as of 2024 was 40,199. And our winner with 6 correct answers was Daniel Samuel.
All right. This is amazing. I'm terrible at trivia. I've already told you that. So I looked at the questions and I appreciated them, but I did not submit. So very
I
great.
appreciate your appreciation.
And I believe today is Kirk Day. So we are celebrating the holiday of the official Kirk Day. And you will see Kirk later as a moderator in our panel. But we celebrate this day because Kirk wrote a function, I think called Flip It and Reverse It. And Missy Elliott responded to that. Went viral on, I believe, Reddit, LinkedIn, Twitter. Everybody loved the function. Although, obviously there were some haters there that were like, you would never write a function like that. No, you wouldn't. But we have somebody who has been touched by Missy Elliott fame. So thank you, Rolando, for coming up to share with us and for putting that together. I think we're going to go to a little bit of a break now. I'm trying to see when we come back. It's going to be in about 5 minutes. So you need to get up, get a drink, grab a coffee. We've got some amazing lightning talks coming up. And you're going to learn a little bit more about virtual coffee and all of the fun folks here. So thank you to everybody for being here. Take a minute break, but definitely come back. We've got a lot more fun in store for you next. Hey, we are back and we are moving into our lightning talk sessions. We're very excited for this portion. You're going to learn a lot of different things. And we're going to start it off strong with Abby Perini. Abby is many things. She's an amazing human being, first of all. She's also a Metro Atlanta native. She's a person who has many hobbies, and she's a full stack web developer. She's passionate about accessibility and happiest problem solving in the front end, back end, and all the APIs and microservices in between. She loves blogging and speaking about programming, especially when it helps other developers. Definitely check out her blog. Abby's lightning talk today focuses on coding and ADHD, where we excel. So while being aware of struggles and finding healthy coping mechanisms are necessary, we receive enough negative messaging daily. And so this is where Abby's talk is going to highlight how ADHD traits can actually be a benefit when you're coding. So enjoy this lightning talk from Abby Perini.
Hi, I'm Abby, and I'm here today to talk to you about coding and ADHD, where we excel. ADHD is defined as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder in the DSM-5, which is the current diagnostic manual for mental health professionals in the United States. I and many others have said attention deficit is a horrible name for this disorder. Attention regulation would probably be a better name. I have plenty of attention. It's focusing that attention on what I should be focusing on that I struggle with. So attention regulation would probably cut down on those questions like, why do they have enough attention for video games but not chores? The DSM-5 defines 3 subtypes: inattentive, hyperactive/impulsive, and combined type. I have combined type, which means that I get symptoms from the other 2 types. And disorder is an important part of this name. Disorder, as defined in the DSM-5, is kind of like it's causing you and or the people around you so much distress that you need help for it. So yes, everyone loses their keys every once in a while, but if you lose your keys like every day or multiple times a day, that's a problem that you might need help for. I already had a psychology degree by the time I got diagnosed, so I approached processing my diagnosis through that lens. I had the DSM-5 as a framework, and I had participated in research on how stigma prevents people from seeking mental health help while I was earning that degree. So I lived my life in a way that shines light on shame, including talking about and writing about my mental health struggles. So I started writing a 6-part series on ADHD and coding. I started in much the same way that I'm starting this talk. I talked about how it's an executive function disorder at its core. So we struggle with all the things that the big front part of your brain controls, called executive function, which includes things like willpower, how many things we can think about at once, emotional control, starting tasks, planning tasks, managing your time, how easily you can switch between tasks and organization. And all of this creates an interest-based motivation system. It's not importance-based. It doesn't matter if my house is going to burn down if I don't do the task. If it's not novel, the right amount of challenging, stimulating, fascinating, and or inherently interesting to me in some way, I'm going to struggle to do the task. The best metaphor I have for this is, will they press the button? If there's no reward or, God forbid, a bad consequence from pressing the button, I'm going to struggle to press the button. If there's an okay reward for pressing the button, I'm still going to struggle to press the button. If I don't know what reward is associated with the button, I'm still going to struggle to press the button. But if there's a great reward, I'm going to press that button as many times as physically possible. So I broke the rest of the series down into 4 parts: can't start, can't keep going, can't stop, and can't remember. These are the areas that I feel that I struggle with any task, but especially a coding task. And I mapped each category to symptoms and tips and tricks, the biggest trick of all being that all the tricks are going to stop working, so you have to rotate through them. Can't start. I thought that had a lot to do with procrastination and time blindness and rejection-sensitive dysphoria. I struggle a lot with criticism. And can't keep going, I thought it had a lot to do with frustration and fidgeting and sustaining focus. And can't stop, I thought it had a lot to do with hyperfocus, time blindness, and rumination. And can't remember, I felt it had to do with distractibility and poor working memory and organization. And at that point, I was inundated in comments from people saying they felt less alone. They were finally going to get accommodations they needed because they had shown the series to their coworkers, and they had always thought that they were just bad at things, but this was them to a T, and they were finally going to get help. It has been years since I wrote the series, and I'm still getting messages. And if I've forgotten to respond to you, I'm so sorry. I appreciate every single one. And that's also the time that I realized that I was doing what everyone does to people with ADHD, and that was telling them that there's a productivity bar, and they weren't meeting it. It's estimated that children with ADHD receive 20,000 more negative messages by age 10. So I added a 6th part that I hadn't anticipated adding, called Where We Excel. You may be surprised to see distractibility is the first thing on there, because if you came to this talk knowing one thing about ADHD, it's probably that we're distractible. It's part of can't stop, can't keep going, and can't remember. But we're distractible because we're absorbing all of the information, while your brain may filter out information like how the sun is filtering through the room right now, and the sounds of all the electronics around me, and anything sensory stimuli around me. Our brains don't. But that means that we're absorbing information that other people don't, which means we make connections and recognize patterns that other people don't. And we're great at systems thinking, which means when the toaster breaks, we don't just think about the toaster, we also think about the power cord and the power outlet and is the power working, which makes us great at full stack. I know people who can't start tickets until they know the context of how the ticket fits into the system. We're so creative. Part of this may be hyperactivity. If you can think more thoughts per second, you can probably come up with more ideas. We're constantly brainstorming. We reject the status quo. I've never met someone with ADHD who accepted we've always done it this way as a good reason to keep doing it that way. I once had a senior come to me and say, Abby, I survived without documentation. The rest of us survived without documentation. And I said, that's not a rule. That doesn't mean I have to. And he chuckled and had to admit that I was correct. We're the definition of thinking outside the box. I have a meme here that has 2 superheroes looking at planes, and those planes are labeled with frameworks for generating ideas, like brainstorming sessions. And one of the superheroes looks back at the other one and says, look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Some of this is hyperfocus, and hyperfocus is a double-edged sword. Hyperfocus is the struggle to pull our focus away from something that we're interested in. And that's driven a lot by curiosity. We don't stop to ask if it's hard or if we should be learning it right now. We're willing to work long hours on things that naturally interest us. And it leads to just one more thing. One of the reasons I got diagnosed is my husband came home and I would have been coding for 8 hours straight, no breaks. And he'd ask, when's the last time you took a break? And I'd say, I don't know, but I'm going to try just one more thing before I stop. All of this led to, in interviews, me being called the passionate programmer, when in reality, like Danny Donovan's comic here about the graveyard of abandoned hobbies, I'm passionate about anything that seizes my interest, and I will go all in on that until it loses its novelty and challenge, and then I'll move on to the next thing. And some of this is going down rabbit holes. We want to know how it works. Danny Donovan calls it the ADHD urge to whip out your phone and Google everything because unanswered questions make your brain itchy. And this is just, you ask a question and then you get an answer, and that answer generates another question, and that question generates another answer, and that answer generates another question, and so on and so forth, until you've spent 30 minutes researching a small quirk about JavaScript, which has come in handy when I'm troubleshooting a bug. All these things together make us excellent at troubleshooting bugs. We know a little bit about a lot of things thanks to those rabbit holes. We think about the whole system. We're creative. We don't stop to ask if it's hard. We always want to try one more thing. And I have a story about a senior who we were troubleshooting. AWS stopped deploying our Next.js site as it does. And we had tried everything in the official documentation. We had tried everything in old documentation. We had tried everything. And I had found one thing in a thread that we had no idea why it would work. And I was like, let's try it. And I know she was at the end of her rope because she was willing to try it. And we tried it and it worked. And I think she's still mad that she doesn't know why it worked. But we're ready. We're ready with ideas and things to try. There's always just one more thing. And this slide's for my managers. We're easy to reset and reward. For reset, we're distractible. We can't remember. If you don't remind us, we're probably not going to get upset about it again. And sprints and tickets work great for the way that our brains work. Everything's already prioritized and broken down. And once the sprint or ticket is over, we get something new, which is inherently rewarding for us, that novelty. And the coding puzzles, if we like coding, that's inherently rewarding. And we're very susceptible to praise because of all of the negative messaging we've gotten. So yes, if your brain is not built for the way that the world is built, if the world is built for other types of brains, then you're going to run into daily struggles. But that doesn't mean that the way you think, it can't be a boon. So celebrate being a firework in a world that wants you to be a cube. Here's where you can get these slides as well as the full series and ways to contact me if you would like. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Abby. It's really great to be able to hear this. And I know that Abby and I have had conversations about ADHD, and it's always helpful to hear from someone else and to understand and not feel alone. So I really appreciate the transparency and the openness to talk about this. Next up, we have Sarah Bartley Dye, who is a software developer and online coding instructor at Coding with Kids, where she teaches kids computer science fundamentals and how to build games in Python. She also writes about her coding journey on Dev, so check that out. And her talk today is called Pitch to the Strike Zone, How Design Skills Can Help Bring an Accessible Web to Life. So she's going to be talking about how combining design and user experience can help developers focus on the number one priority, which is the users. Sarah is going to identify web design fundamentals that every developer needs to know to better connect with their users and explain what we can do to better understand user needs as well. So thank you so much, Sarah, for being here with us today.
Hi, my name is Sarah. Welcome to my talk, Pitch to the Strike Zone, How Design Skills Can Bring an Accessible Web to Life. So when it comes to technology is always aspiring to be accessible for all people, no matter what their situation is. We can see this a lot with companies. They're providing accessibility features and they have accessibility pages just for their products and their software. But are these products truly accessible? This is something that I was thinking about since last year. In the fall of last year, I had 6 strokes and the strokes impacted my vision. So I had to start using accessibility features on my phone and my computer to continue to keep working on there. And I remember sitting in the hospital trying to put in the accessibility features I needed on my phone, and the frustration I was feeling of trying to figure out which ones go on my phone, what would work, what wasn't going to work, how to do it. And then the end result is my phone wasn't accessible at all. I wasn't able to use it the way I was normally able to use it in the past. So I ended up removing all of the accessibility features off of my phone, just putting my phone to the side. And I didn't return to my phone until I was out of the hospital, like a few weeks later. And this is so important because it really drives back to accessibility, because when it comes to accessibility, good accessibility empowers the users. This is a feeling that we as developers know all too well, because we experience this feeling when we're either learning how to code, when we're installing software, or even when we're building a project. So good accessibility makes users not just feel good, it makes them feel empowered that they can do something, they can accomplish their goal, they can accomplish their task. And we want our users to feel that way because we feel this way when we do coding. We do not want our users to have any bad feelings or emotions. And that's what bad accessibility does. Bad accessibility can actually make our users feel terrible, and it can actually demoralize them. I know for when after I was doing the accessibility features and trying to figure out which ones I needed on my phone, and I was putting aside technology, I was really worried that I wasn't going to be able to stay in tech. I was actually worried that I wasn't going to be able to continue coding. And this put me in a really dark place where I really started to lose confidence. And I felt like I was going to be losing a part of my identity if I wasn't going to be able to continue coding or being in tech. We don't want our users to feel bad, and we don't want those users to associate our products or our website or a web app with any bad feelings. So that's why good accessibility is so important. When it comes to accessibility, though, to get one step closer to an accessible web, every developer needs to have a basic understanding of web design and user experience. Just knowing a little bit about web design is going to help you better spot issues before they go live, and you can catch them before they happen. And there's so much when it comes to web design that every developer needs to know, that I kind of narrowed down a few concepts that I think are really going to help you kind of accomplish good accessibility. And those are user personas, sitemaps, user flows, and wireframes. So these are kind of really great tools to help encourage accessibility, because when it comes to accessibility isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. So good accessibility requires developers walking a mile in a user's shoes to help create products that meet the needs of their users. So the accessibility tools that I just mentioned, so the web design tools that I just mentioned, they help you keep you focused on your target audience. And your target audience, when you're always building something like for tech, is always going to be your user. So it keeps your mind focused on the user and what their needs are and what they need to accomplish. And it also is going to force developers a little bit to kind of get to know your users. So it's really going to put you in a good spot to getting to know your users a little bit more on a deeper level. And you're going to be able to see what the project or what you're building is going to look like through their eyes. So it's going to put you in their perspective. So as throughout this when you're building a web project, don't be afraid to connect with your users and ask them questions, seeing what they would like from a product like this, or what their experience has been with the product, but also encourage them to elaborate or explain on things too, if they have worked on something like this or done testing. So encourage them to give you feedback, elaborate and explain something that might have worked for them or they just struggled with. A lot of times when we work with users or doing testing with users, they'll just say, oh, I don't really like something. That's all, so they're encourage them to give more feedback, ask them why they didn't like something or what worked for them. And so for that, and then that way you can better address that in your own project so you know how to fix it so it can better help them get to the goal that they need to accomplish. Because ultimately, in the end, every web project has a goal. So behind every web project is a goal that users will need to accomplish. That goal shapes the plan with the multiple reps to get there. So remember, when it comes to your whatever project it is, whether it's a website or a web app, that there's always an end destination. So there's something that we want our users to accomplish. And our job as developers is making sure that they actually get there. So it's just for our job is figuring out different routes they need to take to get there. And in order to figure out what routes are going to work best for our users to end up at this destination is with our data. So make sure you're going to be looking at your data a lot to see what are the potential issues and also just look for patterns that might need to be addressed. Remember, what's going to work for one user might not work for others. And our job is to find something that was going to work for all different types of users. And that's going to require a lot of different testing and doing early testing. So don't be afraid if you're not certain how a feature is going to work or how something might work on your web app or a website. Don't be afraid to do testing with that certain type of user so that way you can get the data you need, so that way you can better address how to fix it or what you can keep that will continue it to work so we can get our users to that ultimately that end goal. So ultimately you want to think when it comes to any project that you make is making sure you get our users from point A to point B and just figuring out all the different ways to get there. That is it for my talk for today. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the conference and I'll see everybody on the web. Bye.
Thanks so much, Sarah. I think you talked about something that's incredibly important. It's great to have so many accessibility talks in our conference today. We're always about empowering people, and I think that you really covered that in your talk. We're very excited to get to our next talk from Alicia Benz, Work Hobbies, Turning Idle Time into Career Growth. Alicia is a technical lead, and she's a senior software engineer with over a decade of experience building cloud-based distributed applications. Her favorite tech topics include Kotlin, software security, and cloud. When she's not at her desk, you'll find her traveling the world or cycling around Philadelphia. Her talk introduces us into turning your idle time into career growth. And so think about whether or not you find yourself with 15 minutes to your next meeting or waiting for deployment. Alicia's going to show us some ways that Work Hobbies can help us repurpose that idle time into career growth and teach us how to choose these hobbies and what to watch out for.
Hello, my name's Alicia, and I'll be talking about work hobbies, turning idle time into career growth. First, a little bit about me. I am a world traveler. I recently went to New Zealand. I have 2 cats named Callisto and Europa, named after the Galilean moons of Jupiter. And for my background, I am a senior software engineer, primarily with experience using JVM languages, Spring Boot, and AWS. So jumping into my definition of a work hobby, it is an optional activity you do at work in your spare time that you're interested in and can result in meaningful contributions and career growth. Just like a regular hobby, it's optional, something you're interested in that you do in your spare time. For work, it means that there's not really any deadlines, it's not part of your core work. If you make progress or don't make progress, it doesn't necessarily negatively impact your performance. When it comes to spare time, it's things like, I have 30 minutes between 2 meetings, or I'm waiting 20 minutes for this build to finish. Work hobbies can result in meaningful contributions like improvements to your team or product, but they can also result in career growth by developing specific skills and providing examples that you can use in job interviews. I'll go through a few examples. So the first one is writing end-to-end UI tests. Now for me, I'm a backend engineer, and when I join a team with front-end, while I'm not responsible for front-end, I am interested in learning how the team's specific front-end works and the use cases we have for our customers. Writing end-to-end UI tests helps me learn the front-end, learn the automation framework, and get familiar with what the product does. As I work on these in my free time, a test case here and there every week or 2, I'm able to increase the product quality and prevent bugs by adding automation to catch bugs before they go out. So this is a positive impact on my product. In terms of my career growth, I continue to develop front-end skills, learning more about the specific front-end application that I'm working on, and also keeping up with whatever new automation framework is out there. Next example is debugging and operational tools. Let's say you have an AWS application that uses services, maybe S3, SQS, simple queue service with a DL queue for failed messages. And whenever you have an incident, you need to go into the console and manually download and retry messages. One thing that you can do is you can choose a language you want to learn and start working with a cloud SDK to automatically do these manual actions, like getting messages from a DL queue and retrying them. You might also be able to write some additional logic to do debugging with other APIs. By writing a script like this, you'll be able to help yourself and your team speed up debugging and retries or fixing an operational issue in a quick and repeatable way, so you're able to resolve issues faster. For your own career growth, you're able to add a language to your resume and also add depth of knowledge in a specific set of cloud services. This can also help you in system design interviews with depth of knowledge in a specific type of technology. Final example is an engineering standards committee, also known as special interest groups or review committees. This is an opportunity where you can network internally with a group of people and keep up to date with best practices in the area of the committee. This might be security, API development, or front-end accessibility standards. As you work through this, you're able to impact the quality not just on your team, but across the organization as a technical leader and making sure that the organization meets compliance or quality goals. For your own resume, you're able to add this as an example that shows communication and influence, as well as depth in that domain area, like security or accessibility. This is also a great example for behavioral questions in interviews. What are some benefits? So just like I mentioned before, if you choose a work hobby that you're interested in and strategically choose skills, you'll be able to add those skills to your resume, like specific cloud services or specific languages. You can also create more examples of things you've done in your career to share in interviews and on your resume. You may be able to increase job satisfaction by working on something you want to work on that has value for you and not just for the company. You'll also find that when you work on work hobbies, you might be talking to people who you wouldn't normally talk to, which helps you network internally, learn more about the company, and potentially find internal transfer opportunities. Finally, initiative. Initiative is a great quality to show both for your current and future employers to show that you're able to work independently and show good judgment. In terms of tips, make sure that you check in regularly. Are you still interested? Is this something you can still do in your spare time? And make sure it stays a hobby and not just more work on your plate. You don't really want a second job. Avoid hard deadlines. As soon as you have a hard deadline, now it becomes, again, a second job. Soft deadlines are okay. Try to get something done by the end of the month. Maybe add a unit test once a week or once every 2 weeks. That's okay. Make sure to be reasonable. Start with one at a time. You might find that you get up to 2 or 3 at a time, whatever works for you, but try not to create too much load on yourself and avoid context switching. Finally, make sure you check in with your mentors and managers that you're able to achieve the career growth and impact you want with your work hobby to make sure it's valuable and not perceived as a waste of time. That's it from me. Thank you for listening. You can find me on Blue Sky, LinkedIn, or in the Virtual Coffee Slack. Thanks again.
Thanks, Alicia. You offered so many great tips there. I know that I'm going to be taking those with me. Next up, we have Neha, who's going to tell us how she took networking to the next level as a remote employee. Neha is a machine learning software engineer and has over 5 years of experience with Python and Java. She's passionate about learning new technologies and inspiring others to pursue careers in STEM. In her talk today, she's going to tell us how she took networking to the next level as a remote employee. I know that's something that resonates with a lot of us. She started her full-time professional career during the COVID-19 pandemic and faced unique challenges when connecting with colleagues. She'll tell you about her journey and the various avenues she utilized to network with others, both inside and outside of work. Please welcome Neha.
Thank you for the introduction. When the COVID-19 pandemic first hit, did you notice a shift in the workplace? I know I did, as a new employee. I started my full-time software career in 2020 after graduating from school. I was able to do most work tasks like interacting with coworkers in meetings and through other communication tools. But I quickly noticed something was missing. We were no longer having casual interactions or conversations. We no longer had chats about our weekends or similar conversations on TV shows and other topics. I was eager to change that. I found out about employee communities and business resource groups. I wanted to connect with others and talk about non-work related topics. There were various events, including virtual escape rooms and similar events. And through these, I was able to find other employees just like me who had also started their career at the start of the pandemic. I definitely related to them the most. A few months in, one of the BRGs, specifically for women, was looking for new leadership. I had eagerly indicated my interest as I was excited to get involved and meet others. I hosted virtual happy hours as well as virtual game nights. I also helped establish BRG at a location that didn't previously have any. I also utilized other tools at work to make connections. On Slack, there were various non-work related channels. I shared my knitting and crochet projects, and we got to chat about our methods and tools. There were also channels on jokes and memes, which added a laugh to days that were really long. Additionally, there were channels on technologies, including programming languages and other development tools. I was able to get insights on Python from everyone across the community, something we did not have before. Throughout this time, I also learned that I needed to change my dynamics on the work team. I now send a new Slack message or email to those that have just joined the team. This helps me get to know the people and makes up for the introduction that would have taken place in the office. If I wasn't working with the new employee, I wouldn't really get to interact with them or know them, so this is a great way to fill that gap. I also try to start a casual conversation before the meeting starts. Back when things were in person in the conference room, we would naturally have small talk before the meeting officially started. However, now that we're all virtual, it's easy for us to just stay on mute and wait till the meeting officially begins. I'm still working on this one. And lastly, also having casual and fun meetings, such as virtual games or sharing hobbies with one another. One of my past teams would do a show and tell every month where one of the teammates would share something in their life, whether that's a hobby or creation they've made, and this helped us get to know each other on a deeper level. I've also played Jackbox games and Among Us with coworkers, which were a really fun way to unwind. I also explored opportunities for connection outside of work. Sometimes there would be cross-site events, whether that's with another location at our company or a joint effort with multiple companies. There was also volunteer events where I got to help mentor girls in STEM, specifically for getting their engineering badge, and also meet other engineers in the process. I also utilized the Meetup app and Eventbrite to find other events. Some were tech-related and others weren't, but even at events that weren't tech-related, I was able to meet people in tech or tech-adjacent fields, interacting with people I otherwise would not have. Online communities are also a great way to stay connected outside of events, and industry groups are well established, and I was able to get involved with those as well. The online communities I'm involved with include the following. We get to share how we feel with being a part of the community, as well as positives and negatives, and this provides a great way to interact, not having an established time. I really value the connections I've made through all of these groups and continue to be in touch with them today. I also took part in cohort-based courses not that long ago, namely those on Maven. While self-paced online courses are great, having a live cohort-based course allowed me to not only connect with the instructor, but also my cohort mates. This added a layer of insight, and we were able to discuss the concepts together as a group. I'm still in contact with a few of my cohort mates from these courses, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I also used my university's alumni group to find people in the area. By having that initial commonality, this facilitated the connection. I know a few people from my university in my area, and we take the time to meet up every once in a while. Industry groups are also another option. I'm involved with the Society of Women Engineers, and we've had virtual book club events, as well as other events getting to know each other. Now and in the future, we have learned so much from the early days of the pandemic. Now we have the possibilities to host all kinds of events for all forms of connections, whether they're in-person, hybrid, or online. Having all forms of events allows for the ultimate accessibility for anyone to be able to join and having them free or low cost when possible. With all the viruses spreading, it's important that in-person events be accessible, especially for those that are vulnerable. Having wheelchair accessible venues, masks required, and air purifiers allows anyone to attend, regardless of their health status. While starting up these connections is great, continuing to stay in touch and sustaining them allows a solidified network. Checking in over email at least once a quarter or through LinkedIn messages is a great way to stay connected. Also, getting involved with the online groups for these organizations, such as a Discord server or Slack workspace that these groups may have. This allows for connection in between the events and greater discussion, that wouldn't fit within a 1-hour event. And continuing to put in the effort to tag up with people you've been meaning to chat with or hosting events is a great way to continue to sustain the connections as well. By having long-term connections, you'll have a solidified network for job referrals, sponsorship, mentorship, and so much more. Starts with you. Take the initiative and grow your network. You'll be glad you did. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Neha. That was really great. I appreciated you sharing your story with us today. Next up, we have Vinay Luis, who is a passionate about software development and education. He was always striving to create technical solutions that positively impact people's lives. As a student and instructor, he shares his knowledge and helps others pave the way to success in the tech field. And today he's going to be talking to us about from passive consumption to creative voices, how AI is reviving the spirit of the early internet. So he's going to explore how AI tools are making self-expression easier than ever and bringing back the creative freedom of the internet's beginnings. I know I'm excited for this one. Please welcome Vinay Luis.
Hello. Firstly, I would like to thank the virtual coffee community, which unfortunately I'm not as active in as I like to be. But it's an incredible community with incredible people. They hold weekly meetups to talk about various fun topics and come together to participate in events like this conference. So, before starting my presentation, I'd like to thank this entire wonderful community, and I hope it prospers more and more. Secondly, I want to mention that I am nervous. This is my first presentation like this. My English isn't 100% perfect. Because of this, I'll be reading a text as you watching this might notice. I hope this presentation doesn't become too boring. It will be only about 7 minutes or less long, and I'll be keeping an eye on the chat because this presentation is pre-recorded, so I'll do my best to make it as entertaining as possible. That's why I added this laughing sound effect. I hope it makes the presentation at least a little less monotonous. I hope to participate in more conferences in the future and not be banned. So, let's go. I will not introduce myself due to the time limit of 7 minutes. So, if you want to know more about me, just try to find me at Vinay Luis. So, today I will be discussing the following topic, which has the title of From Passive Consumption to Creative Voices. How AI is reviving the internet, the spirit of the early internet. Wow, that's a quite long title, isn't it? Sometimes I don't remember what I say or write, but I think that's normal, especially nowadays with AIs helping us in so many ways, right? One of the things my friends and I liked to do in the early internet days of the internet, besides of playing games, was to chat with strangers online about various subjects and try to get to know or discover more about the person on the other side of the chat. This wasn't a simple thing to do if you didn't have advanced knowledge of network for that time and if you were just a child. So, it was practically a form of semi-like total anonymity. In the early days of the internet, it was more common to have websites of completely anonymous people because individuals were their own servers and hosted their own sites on their own computers. Unlikely today, when practically no one creates a website and leaves their computer turned on as a server, right? So, the well-known internet freedom was also directly related to anonymity because ordinary people said and did things online without worrying too much about identification. So, only over time do various types of crimes being committed and the sometimes negligent sharing of dangerous information as the internet become increasingly regulated, right? But even with increased regulation, Creative people have always managed to find new and quite effective ways to communicate. The explosion and emergence of memes, I believe, is thanks to the people's need to seek a humorous forms of communication that recalls the early days of the internet, when people weren't so concerned with what they said being taken so seriously. So I created my own meme page on Instagram called Humor Hacked, and 99% are just copies from the other creators. I always try to give due credit, but I believe that the function of memes, beyond serving as a form of freedom of expression, can be used to educate in a fun way, or just distress a bit from life, which sometimes seems quite suffocating with so many possibilities, right? So to conclude this 7 minute or less, I hope less, lightning talk, I believe that the advent of generative AI is bringing more power for creation and creativity, possibilities for anonymity, and also concerns. However, the well-known phrase from Uncle Bob in Spider-Man is very true. With great power comes great responsibility, or, as Jesus Christ taught, to whom much is given, much will be required. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Mané Louise, for sharing that with us today. Next up, we have Abdurrahman, who's going to teach us how to vibe code our personal websites. So if you're looking to update that site or build something new, this is going to be a good one for you. Abdurrahman is a software engineer and a podcast host, so check out his podcast, Hadith Tech. And he's also a passionate advocate for open source. I've been fortunate enough to work with him on some open source projects. He also built a community to help disadvantaged people, including refugees, to learn tech. With experience working at multiple startups, including YC-backed companies, he is dedicated to fostering innovation and knowledge sharing in the industry. So he's going to give us a demo here using vo.dev AI. He's going to give us some key tips on building our site vibe coding.
Hey, and thank you everyone for joining today. I am Abdurrahman Rajab, a software engineer and web developer and podcast host. The podcast name is Hadith Tech. Before starting for today's talk, I would like to thank everyone in Virtual Cafe, especially Becca and Ayo, for having this kind of awesome opportunity to talk about AI and enabling everyone in the community to move forward. As for today's talk, I'm going to show you how to use AI to build a modern website, especially Visio.dev, which is like a Versa project. And at the same time, I will share with you the main points to write an awesome prompt and what you can use AI for. Because like at the end, AI is a statistical model, and the more you know how to engineer your prompt and having an awesome ideas about that, you will be able to create an awesome project with this. To start with this, I will go and show you Visio, which is like, as I mentioned, a Versa project. Enables you to create an awesome UI with AI. You can think about it as your AI assistant or like your design assistant that you can talk with. So to write an awesome product here, or like to write an awesome prompt here, you need to have a precise information and knowledge that you will share you need to share in your prompt. For that, you can, like, as I will show you here, I have already written a prompt, and in this prompt, you can see that I wrote that I need a header in the top of the page with the page that I want. Then I wrote what kind of sections I want to have in the main page. Beside that, I wrote the colors that I want in my website. So with this kind of information, as you see, I almost like described everything here in the prompt. And this kind of description and having a descriptive prompt will give you the best output for your website. You can think about this as like designing and imagining the website in your mind before writing it as a prompt, and then providing that as a prompt to the AI tools. And one of the most important thing here is to keep in mind is that every tool in AI have been trained on different data sets. And for Visio, they have used that to train it on Next.js projects, Tailwind projects, which is the first thing that they started with. And then over time, they added an extra frameworks, which you can see in the frequently asked questions in the website. They added Bootstrap, Material UI, and I think they added Chakra and styled components. So if you are familiar with this stuff, you will have like a more advantage when you are writing your prompt. If you are not, you could like learn that by the day, or like while you are moving forward with AI. And to be more clear about what I mean here is that when you know the terminology of this thing that AI is using, you will have a better opportunity to write a better results. For example, if you know what kind of the component that AI can provide, you can share, you can like have a less text and get best result from that. So you will work less and get better results. And here you could see like you can just move forward with Shadcyan UI, see the component they have, and you can like write that component in your prompt so you will have a better result. If you don't have like a direct, if you are imagining something that is not already being done here, you can just like describe it with merging different kind of components and telling what kind of stuff that you want. Besides creating an awesome website, V0 is not just good for that. You can use that to create animations, 3D assets, other stuff that you want. As for the stuff that we have here, we just can wait a little bit for the AI to finish and we will see the results. As you can see right now, V0 just designed the project that I want, which is, I mentioned here that, let me write the prompt again. I mentioned here that I want a circular picture with the person in the middle of the main page. Here it is, which is like, I feel like it's awesome already, but like you could have add more creativity, but like this is what came to my mind. Then I wanted to have timeline with personal history, which is like, I think it's cool here. And I wanted to have testimonial page and a section for pictures, highlights, whatever. At the end, I want to have a footer, which is awesome. If you go to the other pages, you could see that it's already wrote about me, story, experience, what I am not designing. Okay, so when I am not designing. So just like added some creativity here. And you could see the blog, YouTube, and even the podcast here. So here you could see that I already created in less than 10 minutes. I have a personal website ready for me. If I want to change this stuff here, instead of like going directly with AI and writing stuff here, I just can go to code and find the places that I want to change. For example here, let's say the main page. I would like to change the name from Jendu to Durrahmandu. So here you could just save that and it's saved, and you can see that changes. That should be okay. This is the podcast page. I need to go to the main page here, home page here. Let me just refresh that. Here is Mandu. So as you can see in the main page, it's just showing the changes that I already did here. I misspelled my name. I needed to have an N here. Okay, so we could save again. Saved, and you could see that in a few minutes it will be here already for that. So here, as you can see, like in less than 10 minutes, as I mentioned, you have a website fully functional working for you. If you want to deploy that and share it with people, you could just like click on deploy, and then you could add your custom domain and you will have your website ready and published. If you want to take this one step forward, you can use, and you would like to use a database, you could just use database.build, which is a Supabase project that you can write a prompt to create your database, and you can deploy that to Supabase. And here this is just a previous prompt that I wrote. You have the tables and everything related to the relationships, and then you could just deploy that and you can connect this with your static website and move forward. But like it's up to you and how you would like to move forward. Just let me, before ending this here, just go and see the website as a full page. And I would like to thank you for joining today and listening to this. In the end, like as I mentioned in the beginning, AI is just like statistical model, even if it's LLM or whatever, and you could see like some kind of awesome creative stuff out of there. But like it's a statistical model that is using human input to generate an output compared to the previous input. So by having this in your mind, you could keep like you will know that the more you know about terminology and the design system and the architecture in general, the more you will be able to direct AI to the stuff that you would like to see and you would like to design. And by doing this, you'll have an awesome portfolios, websites, and whatever you want to do with that. So thank you everyone for joining today, and hopefully we'll see you later.
Thanks so much, Abdurrahman. That was really fun. I am very excited to move from that and take all of that inspiration with me to my next project. And next up, we have Justin Knoll, who is going to give us more tips for our lives. And it's called Streamline Your Life, Master Digital Organization with Screenshots, OCR, and AI. Justin is a retired developer. Do you ever wonder what they do for fun? Because after he had a dynamic career in diverse industries, from things like telecom to fashion tech, he now tackles a unique challenge, which is avoiding boredom while keeping his coding skills sharp. And we know that he's doing that all the time at Virtual Coffee, helping everybody in the community. But his hobby projects also keep him busy, including saymyname.how. So you'll never mispronounce a name again, and forcing AI agents to do the menial work of keeping his digital life organized. His lightning talk is going to teach us practical ways to quickly document and retrieve information, automate data extraction, and utilize AI to efficiently organize digital clutter. And I can't wait for this. I definitely need it.
So your file system is a mess. As we all know, garbage in, garbage out. Rolling your own organization for your file system is really hard. For example, this health folder and this medical folder. Aren't they kind of duplicates? If you start searching for stuff in one, will you miss the stuff in the other? Then there are some predefined systems like Johnny Decimal. It's got this technique where you organize your entire digital life in 10 different folders with no more than 10 different subfolders. So what are some examples of your cluttered life? Where was your travel itinerary? Was it in your email? And my email search is terrible. Like, look, for example, here, I'm searching for a travel confirmation and I'm getting some newsletters. Where was that receipt? Did you put it in the file system? Which folder? Search pulls up too many unassociated files. Again, I'm looking for a travel confirmation and somehow I'm getting some SQL files and some JavaScript files. It's just too complicated. Where was that suggestion for a presentation tool? Was it in Slack? Well, which Slack group? I'm a member of many. And unfortunately, free plans erase all the messages after 30 days. So you go searching for something and you get this message instead. So, screenshots to the rescue. I literally screenshot everything that I may ever want to find again. Pictures, payment confirmations, receipts, important conversations in Slack and Discord. If somebody says really nice things about you, you might want to save it to cheer you up later. Seriously, screenshot everything. So how do screenshots help you find stuff? In macOS, all of your screenshots and photos automatically have optical character recognition, or OCR, performed on them. So if there's some text in your screenshots, then you can search for those quite easily. Now that you're capturing screenshots of all your important information, how do you find it again? Well, if you go into Finder and click in the search field, you can just search for text that you're looking for. For example, I might also search for, say, windsurf. And you'll see another screenshot that has the word windsurf in it. So thanks to OCR, you can find anything you're looking for in your screenshots. I find it much quicker and easier to use Raycast than I do Finder. With Raycast, I can just trigger Raycast and start typing search and screenshots, and then I can do something like windsurf. And as you can see, just like in Finder, Command Y lets me open up the file in Quick Look. This presentation said AI was going to make my life easier. So our screenshot file names are pretty useless. You basically have to search to find anything within them. But what if you just wanted to scan the files to find the file you're looking for? That's where this great app called KeepItShot comes in. KeepItShot can monitor your screenshots folder and automatically begin renaming the files using AI. Now, normally you do this automatically, but I'm just going to do it manually. I'm going to do Command-Shift-Y. You can see it's added all those files into a queue, and it's renaming them. And as you can see, the files are getting renamed with much more relevant information. Now, all my files have been renamed to something very descriptive. You can see that just by looking at the file names, I get an idea of what's in them. So why rename files? I told you earlier that you can search for everything you want in your files, but that's only if there's text in them. What if the file you want to find doesn't have text in it? Like maybe it's a dog or something. So in this example, I searched for aircraft because I remember that I mentioned an aircraft carrier. There's no text in this file. So I wouldn't normally find the word aircraft inside here. But because I renamed my files, I can find aircraft in the file name. There's some other benefits as well, like when you're sharing files in Slack. Notice here in my message, I don't say the word aircraft anywhere. If somebody else were looking for this conversation I had, they might look for the word aircraft and they wouldn't find anything. But fortunately, my file name included the word aircraft, and Slack uses that in search. However, KeepItShot does have some limitations. For one, you can only have one watch folder. So if you want to have screenshots or other images in different files, KeepItShot can't help you with that. It also only gives you one chance for a rename prompt where you're telling the AI how to rename the file. So I used vibe coding in both Cursor and Windsurf, and I spent an awful lot of time telling the AI agent that they've undone something I've already wanted done. They broke something that was already working. And of course, then I reached my trial limit and I had to subscribe. But in the end, I did get a working program. And it's called AI File Renamer. Now let's see how this custom AI file renaming application works. As you can see, I've got some screenshots queued up that need to be renamed. Right here, I'll be tailing the output file of the program, and now I'm going to launch it as an Mac OS launch agent. We'll kick it off here, and load, and you see its program has started. Okay, as you can see, it has finished renaming all of those screenshots. You can see there's descriptive text for all of them. So if I need to search by text that's inside the files, I can do that. And I can also search on file name. So that program is working well. But wait, there's more. The AI File Rename app also lets you create different configurations for different file folders. So I can have one for screenshots, and most importantly for me, I can also have one for any scanned documents I have. And now you can see that the AI File Rename app has organized all of my scans so I can easily review them and figure out what I'm looking for. So here's all the tools I use to organize my daily life. Most of them, CleanShot and PixelSnap, are great screenshotting tools made by the same company. Raycast makes it very easy for me to do my searches. Hootspot is like the ultimate Mac search app. Setapp, I get most of these apps for a set monthly rate. And of course, here is the AI File Renamer.
Thanks so much, Justin. I know I'm going to take some of those tips and start using them as soon as possible. Rounding out our lightning talks for today, we have Aram, who is going to be sharing with us beyond the cold shower mentality, using comfort for sustainable learning and growth. A little bit about Aram. She is a data scientist who believes in learning technical topics through creative analogies and mental imagery. For work, she makes complicated things fun, and for fun, she makes simple things complicated. When she's away from her keyboard, she enjoys playing bass, video games, and journaling. So she's going to give us an alternative approach to traditional advice about radical changes, using your lack of experience as an opportunity to get cozy with the uncozy. She's going to take what she knows from her lab work to data science transition and share some deliberate practices that transformed her experience.
Hi, my name is Aram Makubwa. I am a data scientist, and today we will be talking about why cold showers are overrated. So imagine that you challenge two people for some reason to jump into a freezing lake, and person A is a cannonball in the center of the lake, makes a huge splash, whereas person B kind of meanders step by step towards the middle of the lake. It's not very entertaining. It's actually quite boring, but they both get the task done. So then the plot twist, person A used to be like person B, but through warm bath resilience, they basically trained themselves to look like someone who was made for this task. So warm bath resilience is the mindset that with time, resources, and consistency, you can learn or accomplish pretty much anything, even if you have to go devastatingly slow. So it's simple and kind of lame from a distance, but it's not easy. However, if it's too hard, don't quit, just adjust is one of the principles. So it turns ambitious goals into fun and sustainable long-term projects, and it kind of gives off the same vibe that person B gave off. An antithesis to that is cold shower resilience. And so this is the textbook definition of grit, strong, tough, and successful. And it's an identifier that you give to those people that always seem to be doing hard things effortlessly all the time, or even someone who seems to be doing what you're doing, but better. And so in comparison, it makes warm bath resilience look slow and pointless, just like how person A made person B look slow and pointless. And so the reason why it matters is that there are people who are just naturally cold shower resilient, a choice few in this world. But for the vast majority, most cold shower resilience is actually just consistent warm bath resilience over a long period of time. And so if you are someone who's transitioning into a new role, or you're trying to learn a new skill, trying to mimic cold shower resilience while you're learning treats challenges like a test of your self-worth. And so embodying warm bath resilience really advocates for pushing to be your version of better, but imitating cold shower resilience will punish you for not being better. And where cold shower resilience will externalize your success, warm bath resilience will internalize your success. And so then how do you develop warm bath resilience? And this is through something called warm bath efforts. And so these are these small deconstructed actions that are just barely challenging for you specifically. And their purpose is to build up capability, confidence, and your character over time. However, by definition, they are unglamorous and annoying. So it's not building new tutorials that you're interested in over a weekend. It's committing a single line of code to an existing personal project that you've been avoiding. And it's not being a networking fiend. It is simply just socializing or leaving your house, or even getting out of bed some days. So their purpose is to add to your ability to be uncomfortable and also stay in the game, and also show you that over time you are becoming more and more goal-oriented. So then how do you stay the course when warm bath efforts are defined as annoying and uncomfortable? And this is through making your own comfort. So I'm going to share how I'm trying to make my own comfort, because it's still experimental, you know? So firstly, through reflection or journaling. And this is because, as I mentioned, you can approximate cold shower resilience through warm bath efforts. So that kind of approximation requires a paper trail. So basically just documenting my efforts and generating some evidence of me having a job well done, tracking what I learn day to day and how I'm learning it. And it kind of helps me to know that I'm doing a good job and where to course correct if needed. And then secondly, we have community, where it's really beneficial to find different pockets of your close loved ones, your different communities, local or online, as well as one-on-one relationships where they also value warm bath resilience and warm bath efforts. And finding these kinds of people where they can kind of encourage you is really helpful for you to stay on course. And also talking to these people helps you to maintain perspective in terms of, you know, transitioning from warm bath resilience to cold bath resilience is not the most important thing in the world, especially if you're trying to pursue success. So then lastly, we have goal visualization. So the purpose of this is to kind of leave room for my feelings when pursuing my goals, as well as kind of instilling in me that there are many different pathways to my goals. So by me establishing my goals in whatever framework, so I use a variation of goal circle, as well as using a mutable or flexible visualization method. I use digital mind maps. I'm able to create my goals in a way that's a living representation of my life and of my successes and what I've accomplished so far. And so by doing that and incorporating these different warm bath efforts as distinct milestones, that kind of helps me to see that I am on the right track. So in closing, warm bath efforts yield warm bath resilience, which yields an approximation of cold shower resilience. And that's through consistency over time. And so if you are learning or transitioning through a certain learning phase, cold shower efforts look appealing, but repeated warm bath efforts result in a change in character that primes you for success. So if you do see impressive people who seem to be doing the impossible, realize that you are not a completely different species. You are pretty much the same with time and consistent small efforts. And that accomplishment and feeling successful is available to you right now, especially if you're already doing these small, unglamorous, tiny little tasks that are annoying and the world will probably never know about. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope that this was helpful.
Thank you so much for that talk, Aram. You gave us so much inspiration and a different perspective on how to look at some things. So that was a wonderful way to wrap up our lightning talks for the day. But we're not done yet, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and after that, we are going to be doing the last event of the day, the Front End Friday Feud. So get ready, get a little bit spicy, and come back in just a couple minutes. Thank you. All right, welcome back from the break. We are in the last segment of the conference. Thank you to everybody who has stuck around today. This is going to be a fantastic way to close us out. So I want to welcome our panel from the Front End Friday Feud. Our panelists are going to be going head to head. They're going to be debating the merits of assorted CSS concepts like Flexbox versus Grid, various CSS frameworks, and more. So they are going to chat through these things. Feel free to put things in the chat as well. We can make sure that they're watching that. This is going to be a really interactive and fun panel. And our panel features, we have our host, Kirk Schillingford, who is a full stack developer interested in functional programming. Then we have Nick Taylor. We met him earlier today, who's a developer advocate at Pomerium. Dan Ott, who we also met, a developer and designer with Sprockets. Meg Gutschall, a Ruby on Rails developer at Penn Medicine, who also spoke earlier, and Jörn Bernhardt, who's been building web applications for over 2 decades. Thank you all so much for being here. Really looking forward to this.
All right, let's get started. As Becca said so wonderfully, my name is Kirk. I am going to be doing my very best to keep these 4 people just somewhat in line for the next hour as we dive into all things front end. I wanted to make sure I started this off with saying that I think between these 4 folks here, there's like, I don't know, over 50 years of web dev experience. I say that both to make them feel old, but also to share with you all how much wisdom they possess. In sort of like an opposite of a Ron Swanson quote, they know more than me. Everybody here knows more than me when it comes to these things. So my goal is to just gently steer the conversation. We're going to try and do this old school style. So high school debate. We're going to have a bunch of topics lined up, but I'm going to encourage folks in the chat. If you have topics in mind, I'm going to do my best to sort of like check. And if there's something there and the panelists think it's interesting, we might dive into that as well. So we have some topics lined up. We're going to start with 2 panelists at first. Each one of them has about 2 minutes to kind of give their opening statements. Then we'll do a quick 30 seconds for rebuttal on either side. And then we open it up to the general panel. And we're going to see how much, how does Nick say it? How much structured YOLO we can accomplish in the time. But I just want to say welcome to everybody again. Thank you so much to our panelists for being here. Let's not waste any more time. Let's dive right in. First topic, CSS methodologies. I want to preface this by saying that when we were discussing this panel, so much time was devoted to figuring out how to define this problem. There was a pre-debate about the debate topic. So I'm sure this will be super easy for everyone to deal with. But first topic is we're going to look at styles of CSS framework systems. We have Meg representing our class component style, our bootstrap style, our, hey, there's a thing, there's a class for the thing, and you put the name and then you get all the features. It's great, it works, we've been doing it forever. And on the other side of things, we have Jörn and his new school, new age, hippity-dippity ideas about these little small atomic functions like Tailwind. Oh, it's just one thing at a time. I don't even know what that means. So we're gonna give them a chance to jump in. I'm going to start with Meg. I have my own little timer here so I can see if they're yapping too much. I will let them know when they're yapping too much. And we'll switch sides and it should be a good time.
I was born ready, Kirk.
I love that energy. Meg, we got 2 minutes. Go.
All right. So, as Kirk already mentioned, component classes, they encapsulate the declarations required style and element within the context of one component. Everything is encapsulated. It separates concerns. You have your CSS in a style sheet. It's away from the HTML, because having all that stuff in HTML, it gets messy. Code is confusing enough as it is. Why do you need that in there, right? You can go in and easily tweak things using like your variables and do it globally. There's less decision-making responsibility when it comes to actually writing out the HTML, and you have more consistency across your styles. Utility classes, they can lead to inconsistency because you have to remember to add this to every single thing you're putting in. And Bootstrap, it's just easy. It's just there. You have button class, okay, putting that in there, and all the style comes with it. And you know, it handles media queries just so nicely. You don't have to make all these different utility classes to
20
handle
seconds left.
stuff. It's just Bootstrap was my first love. I'm never gonna give it up. I'm sorry, Yearn. You're never gonna take it away from me. That's all there is to it.
And time. Meg ending with the never gonna give you up, never gonna let us down, Rickroll to just close that
Bootstrap
out.
never does.
That was a really nice opening salvo. Let's see if Yearn is ready to defend. She's selling me on pure nostalgia. There's a warmth in my heart when I think about it. So let's see what you can do. Yearn, your time starts now.
Okay, so let's talk about Tailwind and these atomic CSS classes. I learned the term atomic, by the way, today. I don't really like the vocabulary style. I tend to like the thing, like you describe things. You just say like, it looks like this, it does like this, something. I don't need to name some component with an arbitrary name all the time. And I don't really need to do that because I know what I need to do in order to get this component to look like I want it to look. And why should I need this extra name of this component thing that works maybe well for this one side, but not for the other one? So I tend to like just write the rules, what I need in the thing that I'm working on. I also think that once I lose one of these components, these classes, these bigger, larger classes, I just tend to forget them if I use something like Bootstrap. And with Tailwind and these build scripts basically for these CSS classes, you don't really need to care about this anymore because it will just not be there if you don't need it. And it will just be added once you do.
30 seconds.
Yeah, so I think also it feels a little bit more like the React kind of way. You put everything together where it belongs and just think about it logically and not arbitrary, like, okay, you have your style sheet somewhere and then your view somewhere and then your logic somewhere else. No, you put it all in its own little domain and you keep everything in this same thing. I kind of like this more because I can delete stuff with one click, basically, if I don't need it anymore.
Time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Interesting thoughts, interesting bounce backs. I personally feel like this is still pretty even for me. I represent a reader. I don't know anything about this. I just want my website to work and look good. I have a boss who's asking for way too much. They don't know what web development is. Just want to know what to do. Meg, I am going to give you a quick 30-second rebuttal and to let everybody know, Meg's going to get 30 seconds, Meg's going to get 30 seconds again, and then the whole panel gets to weigh in. All right, and Meg, go. Tear them down.
Yeah, Yearn, newsflash, not everybody uses React, okay? So get with that, first off. Second, utility frameworks are people that hate CSS. Let's just admit it, all right? They're like, oh, I don't want to deal with this. Let's just put all this into the HTML.
10 seconds.
It's hard to look at an HTML file with all that in there. Putting in components just makes things cleaner. It's the coding experience. It's just so much better.
And time. All right. Same 30 seconds up on the clock. Some shots were fired there. Jörn, go.
So I'm using the rules directly, so that means I have to know a lot more about the CSS stuff that I'm doing there, because I need to know what to find. So instead of hating CSS, it's probably more about the other people just don't know how to do CSS, and they just need some component that someone else wrote for them, so they can just reuse it again. So I really don't get that. And to be honest, with the if you're not using a component-based thing, I think you're missing out a lot of stuff. So if you started with some other templating stuff, no.
Time.
Old school.
I'm gonna call it right there. That was really funny. I like the part where you guys don't know how to stop. Okay, so everybody said their opening statements. Meg jumped in, Jörn jumped in. The chat seems to be really liking the conflict portion of this. It seems to be a strong theme today. So we're going to make this more chaotic, and we're now going to open it up to our two silent folks so far. Dan and Nick, two people who famously have never had strong opinions about anything at all. Either one of you can jump in.
I strongly disagree with that comment.
And I would also like to strongly disagree with Nick's strongly disagreed statement. So just so everybody knows where I stand.
Exactly.
There. Now that's all clear. Yeah.
All right. So let's start with Nick. What's your take on the situation? Where do you, maybe it's good to know like where you were recently. Have you changed your mind? What do you think is the way that you probably default to now the most?
Yeah, I think component-based is the way to go, but and that can be handled in many, and I don't mean Bootstrap. I just mean like that could be scope styles within a single file component, or you're using some other framework. But at the same time, you do want to have some global styles. Like I worked in a code base where like all the links were getting set style wise, which made no sense to me. So like you had global styling. I changed it to global styling for some stuff that makes sense, like headings and so on. And then in the component, if ever you did have to override that, you could, but like you're kind of breaking the design system if you're like all of a sudden changing all the standard links styling to something else. But there are reasons to have different looks for the styles sometimes, but I think it's basically a mix. You have a good foundation of base styles, because if you're using something like Tailwind, they basically just delete all styling with the base stuff. So, you know, it's not because I'm undecided. I think the good mix there is you have some sensible defaults, and then you go at the component base level for maximum reuse.
You know, Nick, everything you just said seems sort of like thoughtful and practical and reasonable. And I don't know if I'm here for that. So let's jump to Dan and let's see what Dan has to say.
I would like to
Wild
categorically
card in
disagree with
here.
everything that Nick said. I have become a huge fan of Tailwind, and I would like to say two things. First, I think that Meg, if we were going to base this before any of us, before the rabble took over, I think that Meg won this debate personally. I feel like Meg did a really good job. Jörn was you tried your best, you know what I mean? However, I
Oh, I
disagree.
liked you, Dan.
So, yeah, I mean, like my thing with Tailwind, first of all, I love Tailwind, and I also love CSS. And the people who built Tailwind know more about CSS than I will ever know in my life. If you look at the styles that Tailwind generates, you think when you think of utility classes like that, you think like, oh, like M-10 is, sets a margin or whatever. And like, yes, that's true. But they have so many classes that do so many different things, and they all work together, right? And that's like one of the coolest parts. I do think like building things with components in mind is the right way to go. I think probably we can all agree with that. Like, not component classes, right? But the idea of a component as a self-contained thing, right? And putting using Tailwind classes like that and putting them in the components themselves lets them be transportable, you can drop it into
10
another
seconds
site that
left.
if you Tailwind. Wait, this part's getting timed?
Yes, we have to go to other
What?
topics. We can't chat
All
about
right,
this
whatever.
forever.
Tailwind is the best. I'm awesome. Let's go. Hey, we're back.
Hey,
Nick was just saying how much that he agreed with everything that I said. So
yeah,
Yeah.
that's definitely what happened. So if you're wondering what just happened, I personally think Dan talked so much trash that the stream broke up. But we're back. And let's see. Let's do like a quick. So I think like we were actually in the middle of like a nuanced and wonderful discussion between industry professionals. So I'm gonna give Nick a chance to kind of reiterate what he said because it was very good. I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, so like I said, I definitely think it's sensible to have some base style defaults for things. And just because like Dan said, he's a big fan of Tailwind, I am too, and I'm a big fan of CSS. What I meant is in a component, you can definitely go scope styles if your framework supports that. But if building out the component styling, like definitely utility classes in there, maybe minimal inline, but I don't think you need that. It's like Tailwind does so much, like Dan was saying, like they really know CSS, like, and it always boggles my mind when people say they hate Tailwind CSS, but they're like CSS lovers, because like, anyways, they're
yeah,
both
I mean,
good.
if you're into CSS, sometime you should just check out the stuff that they're doing. It's really incredible.
Yeah.
Especially the new version with they're leaning really hard on CSS variables and things like that. It's really cool. Even if you're not planning on using Tailwind, I think you would learn a lot just like looking at the stuff they're doing. It's cool.
I think
and
that's
I wanted
oh,
to
go
add,
for it, Meg.
Oh, here we go.
yeah, I wanted to add, Nick actually showed me years back this Daisy UI, and
Oh yeah,
it's component based using Tailwind utility classes. So it's when I saw it, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like Tailwind and Bootstrap had a baby. That's like what the first thing that came to me. And so I think that's pretty cool. I used it in one project before, and it's really neat because it does have components, and then you can use Tailwind utility classes on top of those to make little tweaks here and there wherever you need to. Um, so just mixing and matching is a really interesting idea as well.
Thanks, Meg. And I think on that lovely note, we can probably wrap up this topic for a little bit. Someone in the chat wrote Bootwind, and someone else said Tailstrap, and those are both terrible ideas. And we're not going to do either of that. But I think probably a general place to end on here, sort of extending what Dan said, which is you should check out things even if you're probably not going to use them, even if you probably don't like it or if it's not your style. There's a lot of things I've learned from languages, systems, and frameworks that I don't even necessarily like. But sometimes just like seeing another way of thinking of things can make things make more sense for you. All right, enough nice stuff. We're going back to the next topic. This time, and my panelists will let me know if I've messed this up, I believe we have Meg up again, but this time against Dan. Our topic, learning the fundamentals, a word that people say a lot, and I don't know what it means. Meg is going to be on the side of tradition, family values, CSS families, of course. And hey, you know, like you got to learn the basics. You got to start from the beginning. Dan is going to come in from the perspective of, I don't know, the future. I don't know what he's going to talk about. I don't know what he's going to say. It's probably going to be cool. But let's get started. And I think this time, to make sure Meg gets a little reprieve, we are going to start with Dan. So same rules as before.
Starting with me.
Starting with you. You're going to get 2 minutes on the
Age
clock.
before beauty.
All right.
2
It was
minutes on the clock.
all of my arguments are based on being second, but that's fine. I'm adaptable.
I
Like
can go
Tailwind.
first if you want.
No, I think Dan should go first. I think this is better. We got to keep him on our toes. All right, Dan, you've got 2 minutes to convince us why fundamentals are not the thing we need right now. Go for it.
Okay, I think we've all had enough of fundamentalism. I would like to see it get out of my face. My biggest issue with the idea of learning the fundamentals, and listen, my opponent is going to say that they're very important, and anybody who considers themselves, you know, well-versed in something needs to know the fundamentals. And while I agree with that, there are many steps to get to the well-versed point, right? And the idea that you need to learn a whole bunch of, you know, let's be honest, really boring stuff, you know, before you can do anything fun is a form of gatekeeping, and I am not here for it. I would like the gates to be open to everybody. And on a little bit slightly more serious note, I think that if you are interested in doing a thing, just dive in and do it. You know what I mean? Go for it. Learn, like you'll pick the rest of the stuff up later. I think learning the fundamentals is probably a good idea eventually. But this isn't sports where you need to like have perfect form when you start or you'll be ruined forever, right? This is coding where you can always learn. I still learn. If you saw my talk earlier, you saw that I've been doing this for a very long time, and I learn things pretty much every day, and I'm still learning. And so there's never like a point where you can where you're like are going to get to a point and then you can't learn anything more, right? And so I think my basic statement is gatekeeping is bad, fundamentalism is bad, and doing exciting and fun things because it's fun and exciting is good. Fun is good, and I yield my time.
And I yield my time. Look at you. Taking
My entire goal for this whole
taking
thing
my
was-
job away from me.
My entire goal for this whole thing was to get to a point where I could say I yield my time.
There you go.
Goal accomplished.
Let me reset this handy dandy timer. Strong opener from Dan, making some, I think, really good points there. Dan says dive right in. I think Dan also said front end development is boring. I don't know what that was about, but he definitely said that. And we're going to jump straight to Meg and not give him a chance to defend himself. Meg, you've got 2 minutes. Go.
What am I eating? What am I eating? It's called Dev Soup. And Mika told me about that earlier today. Maybe you guys know about that. That's all you're going to get from these modern solutions, div soup. Because they put divs everywhere. Div in here, and we're going to add a little class here. You know what that is? That's not good semantic code. That's why you need to learn the basics of HTML in CSS. You want to put divs all through your code, that's okay. It'll get the job done. But a lot of these modern frameworks don't build accessibility into their frameworks. That's like an afterthought. They'll get to it and they'll do their best. Accessibility is very important. We saw so many talks about that earlier today. Also, a lot of times you need to build your own custom solutions for custom problems. How are you going to do that on a modern solution just spinning up some sort of framework? You know, if you know these basics, you'll be able to dig deeper in there or write code on top of whatever you're using to get customized
30
code and
seconds.
solutions. There's a lot of HTML elements that people don't know about because they're just so used to using the typical stuff. But if you dig deeper, like just last year, I did a deep study and learned a lot of stuff. So you don't have to learn it before starting, but it's something important to learn.
Exactly
Yield my time.
2 minutes. Wow,
There was
wow,
no extra time to
wow.
yield. Don't try to steal my line.
What is the smallest unit of time that can be yielded? A microsecond? Who knows? No, those are both great. All right, so we're gonna do our quick timer, right? 30, you have 30 seconds. I'm holding you guys this one. 30 seconds rebuttal, Dan, then back to Meg. Then I feel like Yearn is bursting at the seams with thoughts, and he's just waiting for his time. So let's not keep him waiting too long. Dan, go.
Okay, first of all, I would like to protest the treatment from the moderators in this panel. I feel like I'm being unfairly, like, I don't know what the word is, but like it's bad. Second of all, soup is delicious. Okay, so I eat soup all the time. It's always good. There's nothing wrong with soup. Third of all, I would say that the components, if you're trying to get through something big and fast, you can find components that solve a lot of the accessibility issues that are around right away. Nick put in a comment about like div role button area label, but like that's not the kind of thing that people do, off the bat. I'm just saying use some components. Use Bootstrap if you want. That's good. Bootstrap is fine. You don't need to know everything that Bootstrap is doing to use Bootstrap. Okay, I yield my time. I'm done.
Thank you. Oh man, I got distracted by chat and I didn't see this
I did
one.
too. I
Okay.
went way over. Sorry.
Oh my gosh. I will
I thought it
afford
was a minute
Meg
per second. Yeah, my
the
bad.
same amount of time. We'll keep it fair. Meg, you have the same extra
like a minute.
time that Dan stole from everyone else that I didn't remind him about. Go.
Okay. So let me just tell you about some cool stuff that you can use with HTML. Did you know with ordered lists, you can use reversed, type that in, and it'll reverse the numbering order. You can also add in start and tell it what number to start at, type, and say either numerals, letters, Roman numerals, and there's a ton of other stuff. For a link, you can put download after the href. So if you are linking to a PDF, when they click on it, it just downloads it right off the
All
bat.
right. That is time. About a soup-based debate in the chat. I feel like some people have kind of deviated away from our original topic, but that's okay. And I'm going to open it up to the rest of the panel. I think this time we'll start with Yearn, who has just been typing these questions in the panelist chat, like, but what about this? So
It's
Yearn,
all
go
trash
for
talk
it.
in the panel. All trash talk in the panel. Yeah, mute. Yearn.
Yeah, I was just thinking when Meg was talking about the diff soup. She never heard about fragments in these component frameworks, basically. So where you can get rid of these things. You can still do all the fundamentals in there if you want to, but you don't have to. You can just take whatever you like, and you have so many options, so many different options that you can choose from. You can ask ChatGPT for this or for that. You know, there are lots of things that you can use. So I'm just thinking maybe if you know the fundamentals. Yeah.
I'm going to end it on Yurin says, don't learn any fundamentals, only hyperbole, no nuance. Nick, go for it.
Yeah. I hate that I hate that I'm the only one that isn't able to be fake angry here, but but and this sounds like what you said at the beginning, that I have no strong opinions, but it's not true. It's like I don't think it matters if you learn fundamentals first or if you just jump into a framework. I think you should just build, and you're gonna like, say you start off with the framework. At some point, you're gonna be like, I have no idea how this CSS feature works, or I don't know how this thing in the framework works. And then you're going to have to dig into that. So you're going to have to go and figure out some fundamentals. Or if you come from the fundamentals side, you might know all the fundamentals, but you have no idea how the framework works. So you go through a few things, but you're going to have to dig in there too. So it's like, you know, I just think, really, I think the most important thing in all seriousness is just build something, because there's a lot of people that get like dev paralysis, or like, you know, people always talking about, you know, like, oh, I should work on this project or whatever. And yeah, I really wish I could be fake angry, but I just want people to build stuff, because like, you're just gonna learn so much from doing that, and you're gonna pick up the other stuff along the way. Like, I started learning fundamentals, but only because I'm old. So like, I used to do like CSS and JavaScript and like literal pirated Windows 2000 Pro Notepad.exe. But like, if I was starting today, I would probably have jumped into React initially, probably, you know? So I don't know, just learn. And I really need to work on my fake angry. I'm sorry. I've failed you all in the YouTube chat.
You know, I really wanted a gavel, but here we are. I feel like Nick said, maybe the real CSS fundamentals is the frameworks we picked up along the way.
Exactly. Exactly.
Can we fire Kirk?
No, I can fire you. It doesn't work the other way around. No, but as always, I think we sort of like come to a nice place here. Spoiler alert, everyone, all these things are, it depends. But no, it's worth it wherever I think starting wherever you'd like is probably more important than what you start with. But just like find a way to not stay in that same place forever. Because we met those people, they're on Reddit, and we want to be better than that. All right, so we have been asking, I know Meg said in the chat, we'll remind folks, if there's any topics you want us to jump into, you can throw them in the chat, and if you have time, we're going to pick them up. I've seen multiple people ask for pixels versus EM units versus REM units, which is an interesting one. I'm wondering if anybody here has some strong opinions about those.
Oh, I do.
I know you do, Dan. I was giving the others a chance. I know you do. So maybe let's do like a quick kind of, since this one came from the chat, we'll do this in a sort of like lightning fashion. So won't do the standard debate style. If anybody has any thoughts here, chime in, and we'll do it for the next couple of minutes or so before we get back to one of our other main topics.
Linda's getting, I mean, I'm sorry, Linda just in the chat just got me totally off topic because she said, "Does pineapple belong on pizza?"
Oh no, that one.
The answer is no.
I will fight all of you.
Oh gosh.
It
I tried so hard.
definitely does, along with bacon.
Bacon, yes. Pineapple? No,
Pineapple and
I don't
bacon.
need wet puddles on my pizza. That's it. I yield my time.
Strain the pineapple first,
Wet
dummy.
puddles.
Come on.
Watch me make a bunch of enemies right now. I don't think there should ever be chicken on pizza.
I think
I think
Nick's
it's
having a
bad.
seizure.
Oh, I was on mute. I was just saying I could literally eat a whole pack of bacon and not feel bad about it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the
Put
Canadian
bacon
in
on
you.
everything.
It's so good. Well, I'm
It
basically
revoke your
fueled by
citizenship
bacon
if
and
not.
maple syrup. Sometimes you got to tap into the reserve, but
Linda
you know.
and I are going out for pizza after this.
Okay.
There's some coalitions forming between like people in chat and people on the panel. There's a lot happening here.
I don't know. Stuff got real, man. It got real.
We
Sweet
cannot
and
cannot
savory.
get into this. Cannot get into pizza because then this stream will last forever. Okay, so before we jump in, I do want to actually add, does anyone have any thoughts on the Pixels Rem M thoughts? They don't necessarily have to be antagonistic, just what do you think?
Let Dan go, and I have thoughts too, but I have a feeling I align with a lot of what Dan probably is going to say.
Yeah, I mean, my real answer, my what's the word? Antagonistic. My non-fighty answer is it depends. And like there's M's and REMs are very similar, right? They're relative units. And the usage of the reason why we use things like that is because things like Zoom, it's an accessibility issue, right? So things like Zoom and things like that work differently when you use relative units versus absolute units, which you could get into pixels or centimeters, which is a valid CSS, unit of measurement. There's a lot of wild CSS number values. The inches is also there. None of them are real, right? Like you could never take a ruler and put it up on your screen. It will never be the same, right? Because screens are all different, all that stuff. The reason to use relative units is because so they're relative to, so M's are relative to their direct parent, and REMs, the R stands for root, so that's relative to the HTML object, the HTML element all the way at the top. And they scale much easier for people who use Zoom or things like that. So I tend to use a mix, honestly, and things that deal with text, I will always use one of the two, like Rems or M's, and then things that don't use text, I will usually use pixels because that's fine. That's my quick answer.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was under 30 seconds, but
it wasn't. It definitely wasn't, but that's okay. I think
I have no
Nick,
idea how time works. I don't.
You don't know how units work. You don't know
I'm
how
sorry.
time works. It's okay. We'll do Nick and then Meg, and then Jurgen will close us off.
Yeah, it's pretty much what Dan said. Like, and I remember reading a post from Josh Como, who's also from Montreal representing. People used to say like pixels were bad for accessibility, and it's not the case. Like there are certain scenarios, I think, but it really depends. Like, and I typically use Rem a lot. I don't know. I could use M within like the container, but I typically haven't. I've mainly stuck to Rem, sorry. But I don't know. It depends. It really depends what you want the inside of that container to do. Like if you really want everything within it to grow according to its container, then an M in there for things is good. But if you don't, then I would just stick to Rem. And I don't know, centimeters are cool because Canada.
Thanks, Nick, for never missing the opportunity to plug the System International.
Yeah. De rien.
Metric system.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Europe's in the chat. Here we go.
Europe has entered the chat.
Meg, save us from ourselves.
The post that Nick referred to, I recently read and I put it in the chat because I found out I was doing it all wrong. Yeah, I pretty much use Rem for everything. And then I read that post and was like, I guess that I should use pixels and M for some things because, again, accessibility. People zoom things, and when you zoom with relative M's, some things get huge, and that's not a good user experience. I'm one of those people who zooms my browser, but I only do it like to 110 or 120%, so I don't notice that much, but people who zoom a lot, it will compound a lot. So I definitely recommend reading that article I posted in the chat. It's there, Joe. Look up.
Look, Joe, look.
You don't see it as well.
You know, maybe giving you speakers access to the chat was a mistake. All right, Jörn, you're going to close this out, and I think we got time for one more topic. So what do you think?
Okay, so to be honest, I also use every unit, but I do love gradients. Here it is. I said it. I somehow hit it whenever we did the CSS battle stuff. Somehow, I don't think that anybody noticed that I like gradients. Yeah, but you can do pixel art with gradients. So whenever you use pixels, it feels to me like these old school retro games where you had just a couple of pixels on the screen. In the end, you always like put pixels on the screen. You're not. So I just like them more, I think, even though I tend to use the other stuff as well, I have to admit.
You seem so sad about the fact. Everyone else is like, there's a time and a place, there's some really good resources, check them out. And you're just like, but I kind of like these more though. So I won't do that. And honestly, that's pretty fair. But no, like everyone said, it's worth checking these things. I feel like the big takeaway for this one is just like, there's nuances to all of them. I think my experience with CSS is being very confused at first, and then being very confused later with realizing like, I'm not confused because it doesn't make sense. I'm confused because like some very smart people had some very specific reasons for everything that they've done. Like CSS is sort of like a living history of a bunch of people trying to make doing things on the web work. So sometimes you might not think there's a purpose for something, but there usually is. Thank you for, I think it was Joe and Ayu who would both recommended that in the chat. Got a good discussion out of it. Really appreciate it. So I think we have time. Well, we'll see. But we're going to try and get one more topic in. This one is really about sort of like the systems, what I call the systems du jour of the front-end world right now. If you are in front-end land, you probably know about something called Next.js. And if you've been in this space for some time, you also know that in the last 5 years, we've had several iterations of what is the cool thing that the cool kids are doing. We've had the rise and fall of things like Remix. You can go back all the way to jQuery. Like there's always something new and interesting happening in the world of front end, especially when it comes to just like what are the big systems and frameworks that people are building around. So I think we're going to do a topic here where we have our panelists sort of give their 2 cents on how they feel about the current major frameworks. And we are not going to live in a JavaScript-centric land here. So I'm opening like the Django's of the world, the Rails of the world, the things that are actually powering the internet, the PHPs of the world, the things that are actually powering everything. Jörn's making a bunch of faces, throwing them all in there. And I think for this last one, we will get, I think, a statement from all 4 of our panelists. So let's start with, who hasn't gone first? Nick, I think let's start with you. I'm going to give you a minute and you can talk about what maybe your favorite framework is, what framework you might think, well, I don't know if people should get into this. Like, how do you feel about the current landscape? Should we stick to what we have? Just full thoughts on the topic. Let's kind of dive in.
Cool. For some context, I used to work on the frameworks team at Netlify. Worked with a lot of the frameworks. The ones that I enjoy right now are Astro. And even though it's not officially 1.0, TanStack Start is looking really promising. If you haven't used anything TanStack, everything they do on the TanStack team, Tanner and all the maintainers, it's pretty amazing. And it's just, I think, at least if we're talking about React ecosystem, I think things got really complicated, you know, and I just find something like TanStack refreshing. Doesn't really hurt my brain. You know, Next.js is great and super powerful, but you know, and I'm not saying this because I worked at Netlify, but there's just some stuff that I feel is missing out of it in terms of like, there's the caching in Next.js throws people off a lot. You can't really access stuff within the request like headers and so on, or cookies, and like most of the other frameworks you can. This is a decision and it's totally fine. It's just, you just have to know these things is all. That said, Next.js is still a really good framework, but for me, my two favorites right now are Astro and TanStack Start. I'll just say one last thing. I got to hang with Josh Sear from the Laravel crew, and the stuff with Bolt and all the stuff they have going on with Laravel is pretty exciting too, though, even if it's not full stack JavaScript.
Thanks, Nick. Good. I think we're gonna call that our good opener. And let's jump over next to Dan, and let's see what Dan has to say, or where he's going to be leaning on the Next.js or no side of things.
Okay, yeah. First of all, I was told that I would get to argue against things in this panel all the time, and now I'm being forced to just argue for something without.
And the unexpected positivity is the worst.
I think you should argue against our moderator forcing you to do this.
Well,
yeah.
overruled. I'm also the judge. Oops. Continue.
Lawyered. Yeah, I think I am pretty much all in on Next.js for sites that reach some level of complexity and or interactivity. I don't think Next.js is the best choice for I don't know, I guess traditional websites, you know, like documents basically. But once you start interacting with people and, you know, having to receive input, you know, and give feedback, things like that, the things that Next.js unlocks, especially in the last couple of years with server components, really makes life, I don't know, 7 billion times easier. Anybody who's dealt with React and disliked having to understand how hooks work, right? You can make an entire interactive Next.js site that doesn't use hooks at all. Like because a lot of it happens on the server now, which is really dope. And that's the key that a lot of the, you know, up until the last couple of years, most of the front end frameworks focused on taking a bunch of input and then building out a static site. And so the value of that, the static site, is there's no server side at all. It's already just on the server. So it's going to be incredibly fast every time. But the applications that gets all the attention are things where people, you know, send things in and then also receive things back, like Twitter or, you know, I mean, Zoom or whatever, you know, things like that, where there's lots of back and forth. And in that situation, you need to do a lot of like silly negotiation if you're doing everything on the front end and the back end is completely separate. If you use a server-side component framework like Next.js or Remix, or there's probably other ones, you get it all together on one component. I yield the rest of my time.
I know you use it. Okay. No, I think really strong arguments there for Next.js and a really like nice explanation of why it can be a good idea. Wait, Nick, did you mute yourself again?
Oh, I was just trash talking, but I was on mute. The one time I trash talk and I'm muted.
You're really not cut out for this. You
Yeah.
can't.
God
It's
damn
not
it.
gonna work. Okay, so let's have maybe Jörn chime in with, he's been saying basically no frameworks, don't use any of this, sets front end free again in the chat this entire time. So we'll give him some time, and maybe like Meg is going to be the responsible one to close us off with like the other frameworks that are out there. Yeah, go for it.
No, I just wrote that for Dan, so he has something to argue against all the frameworks,
I
basically.
appreciate that.
But I've started without any frameworks, built my own build tools and things like this. So trying to get the most out of your HTML. Basically, you want to click something and you don't want to have a full page reload whenever you go on the next page on your application or on your site. So you just want to like download the stuff that you need. And getting to this point is pretty hard, actually, or was pretty hard. And nowadays it's getting better. But the approach that, for example, React took was way too complicated. And they put up like multiple layers on top of it, so it got more complex and more complicated. And I really didn't like that at all. So I looked into different frameworks as well. I think Astro does it really well, but I tried out SvelteKit before
there
that,
it is.
and I need to just say that SvelteKit is the first thing that made me feel like, okay, I can build the stuff that I want in a way that it gives me like a performant and nice end result, basically. And at the same time, I can be very, very productive with it. So I think a lot of people just quit researching new frameworks whenever they
15
found
seconds
something
left.
that made them productive. So I hope I haven't reached that yet, but SvelteKit is just great.
Thanks, Jörn. And I think, okay, so we've had two people mention Astro. Nick dived into some of his favorite systems. Dan made a strong point for Next.js. Jörn basically said everything that Dan said was wrong. And I think our last presenter, Meg, is going to come in with some nuanced takes that might fall under the, you don't even have to use JavaScript, man. Meg, go for it.
Yeah, I'm coming in from left field as usual. You're talking to the Ruby on Rails developer here. And yes, we do use JavaScript still. Stimulus, if you haven't heard of it, it's pretty cool. Stimulus is part of the Hotwire ecosystem, and Hotwire isn't specifically Rails. If you mess around with Elixir, you probably heard of this too. Stimulus is like the most Railsy JavaScript framework. They have controllers that you set up. So it's just structured in a very Rails way. And it makes me happy as a Rails developer because I have learned React and Redux. I learned React before hooks, and passing props and stuff. No. Yeah, Stimulus makes a lot more sense to me using it in the ecosystem that I work in, but also something like a little more everybody else's speed. I am a big fan of Alpine.js. It's very, very lightweight. It is reminiscent of jQuery, only
I feel like it's reminiscent of Tailwind, except for JavaScript.
Yeah. So, yeah, look at me being just like totally contradicting myself. But it's reminiscent of jQuery, but not a pain in the ass, which jQuery is very much pain in my ass. So, yeah,
I
check this
think
out.
we can all agree on that point there. jQuery is a massive.
I disagree strongly.
I know you disagree strongly,
I will
Dan.
fight you. I will drive to Ohio and smack you down over this.
What's hard about
Fortunately,
jQuery though?
We have
I just
5 minutes left
I
before
had to
one of you
deal
commits a felony.
with an issue with jQuery that took a big
Oh.
chunk of my life at work. So
Oh, you got issues. Okay. There.
yeah.
I'm trying to
It's
trash talk. Trying to
personal.
trash talk.
It's personal.
So what have we learned today? Dan will argue with anyone over anything all the time. Nick cannot argue at all, and it's a wonder how he's made it so far without any conflict resolution skill. And Urine likes 3 specific things very, very much and doesn't like anything else. Meg just contradicts herself all the time. No, we have a couple of minutes left, and I want to say a few things here. I want to say, first of all, thank you to the panelists for such a wonderful job. Thank you for the enthusiasm. Thank you for the energy. Whether it was angry energy or not, it was very much appreciated. As we said somewhere through this, that yeah, the kind of the point of all this is there's a lot of stuff out there and nobody has all the answers, and it's never too late to find something new that you like or to find something new that you don't like, but you learn something from it. I have so much respect for all these people here, and I know they're all doing amazing work with the tools that they are using. And you know, it's about the people, not the tools. But if you find the right tool for you, that is also a really good thing too. And if you don't, there's probably something else out there. And
Oh,
as long
can I trash
as
talk? Can I interrupt you for a trash talk?
Yeah, one trash talk.
And some people are tools. There you go.
Okay,
There you go.
Taylor.
Boom.
Okay, he's from Quebec, folks. He's from Quebec. All right. But yes, thank you to everybody who
Very
came
Canadian
in.
trash talk.
Thank you for the folks in the chat for honestly providing me with a ton of entertainment. I feel like Linda in the chat deserves her own TV show. Linda is the funniest person I've ever seen. But yes, so I feel
Also,
like this.
Kirk, thank you for moderating and letting us abuse you.
Yeah, he was mid. He was mid.
It's my lot in life, as I spent the entire day avoiding conversations about Kirk Day, and I will continue to do so. Do not at me. But yeah,
we have a
no,
little celebration in the co-working room after this.
Yeah.
With the Kirk Day stuff.
I don't know anything about that. So we just want to encourage everybody as we sort of like wind down. I think the big theme here has been just like try new things, give it a shot. You don't need to find a fancy framework. You can do it your own style and just like go with what you know. You can learn things along the way. You can always jump back. There's no rules here except just keep trying to figure things out. And if you get stuck, you know, ask your friends for help. All these people here, I at some point have asked for help with something and they've given me great advice or terrible advice, but like we did it together and that's what matters. So I'm just really grateful. I'm really grateful I had a chance to like be on this panel and do this thing with my friends, because everybody here is my friend. And that's my favorite part of front-end development. My friends would do front-end development. The end.
Thank you.
Yeah, see y'all soon.
Well, later, everybody.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all for that. That was an amazing way to end the day. I think this day has just been so incredibly special. So thank you to everyone that has been here. And you know, as we wrap up this time together, I just want to take a moment. We're almost done, to reflect on not just this incredible day, but we're here celebrating 5 years of virtual coffee, and we're building a story as a community. And for me, that's just been so important. Today, we saw a group that learns and supports each other, who teaches, argues, and sometimes listens. Usually we listen to each other. we're a community whose story is about what we do together. And over the last 5 years, we've met over 1,000 people. We've heard so many stories. We've seen their faces. We've told their stories on the podcast. And we found new paths of learning together and doing things like coffee table groups and events and hanging out in the co-working room. We've been mentors and we've been friends. And we've done all of the things that most large communities do as a small community. This would never be possible if we didn't do it together. I mean, like, look at today. We traveled through time with Mike Street when we explored the secrets of commit hashes. We looked at some Rails magic with Meg, and we learned why accessibility is truly important for everyone, from Mika, Sarah, and Trillium. We saw Nick create a GitHub Copilot extension, and then we journeyed through 20 years of web development with Dan. We also heard like all of these powerful insights in some of the lightning talks too. So Abby talking to us about where ADHD can excel, and Alicia teaching us how to transform our time into career growth. Neha gave us valuable networking tips for remote work, and Benny Louise showed us that AI maybe is bringing back creative expression. Abdurrahman helped us vibe code our websites. Justin helped us streamline our digital lives, and Aram offered her perspective on sustainable learning. And that Front End Friday feud, right? That, like, was there anything better than that? This is a perfect illustration of our community, right? This is how we write our story together. We debate, we support each other, we maybe like have some fun together. That's huge. I remember, like very early on, I was talking to Vic about the community, and I was like, what should we be doing? What do you think would make virtual coffee better? And he was like, well, it's always good if we can have fun together. And I think that the Front End Friday feud really exemplified that. Like, that was a great time together, and like, not just about sharing stories, like we share ourselves. We're building bridges when we tell our stories, when we have those connections. I just want to say a couple of like very special thank yous to my fellow maintainers, Meg and Kirk and Dan, and our conference team, especially like Ayu and Dominic, everyone who did work on both our async and our live events this week. So much went into it. Like, you helped write the community story. So, and we don't tell this story if you all aren't here listening as well. You're here, you're attending, asking questions, engaging. You're co-authors in our narrative. Like, we are writing this together. Lastly, I want to say like a huge thank you to Brian Rinaldi and the CFE.dev team. That makes this story possible, right? When I say everything went off without a hitch, Potter, it went off without a hitch today. Like, we did it. It was just an amazing way to kind of close up this chapter of virtual coffee. The magic happened because of all of the hard work behind the scenes. And like, I just want to applaud and thank everybody who was here for that. One of our async events this week at Virtual Coffee was to share your favorite memory of virtual coffee. And so I was like trying really hard to figure out like, what was my moment? And it's just too hard to pick one, but I was thinking about all of them, and they all have one thing in common. And it was like, people from the community showed up, right? They showed up personally for me when my grandfather died, when I was laid off, when I was fired, when I felt like my life was like melting around me. They were there. I mean, like, there are people, so many people here have listened to me cry. They've helped me see that there was a light when I wasn't sure there was one, even if it's just a tiny glimmer. And they showed up for me when I gave my first keynote, and I wasn't really sure if I could do it. Like, I didn't want to get on that stage, but they were there. They showed up for me when I thought my conference talks were terrible and that I was going to be canceled because it was the worst thing that anyone has ever seen. But people just continue to show up, right? They continue to show up like when I try new things, when I have wild ideas, like, hey, let's organize a conference and do it in 3 months because we are 5 years old and it makes sense to do it in April because that's our 5-year anniversary. So when else are we going to do that thing, right? Or when I'm like, hey, we need a newsletter now, or we need to run this new event, or we need to open source a repository. So like, my favorite memory of virtual coffee is of the people who always show up, right? And here's what I've learned. The most powerful stories are the ones that we write together. It's never been one person doing a thing. It's been all of us. And so like, today is not just about talks and presentations. It's about each of us bringing our experiences, our questions, our perspectives, our knowledge of something bigger that we can create together way better than we could ever create alone. So here's my challenge to you. Take what you've learned today, share it, build on it, but most importantly, come back and tell us your story, because that's how we grow. It's not just as developers, as always, like it's always been about the people, about having that person first perspective. And that's how we create a tech community that truly welcomes and supports everyone. Today is the end of a chapter. We've completed 5 years of virtual coffee. The next chapter starts the moment when you apply what you've learned, when you reach out to a speaker or help another person on their journey. I want to thank everyone here for being part of these first 5 years, and I'm really excited to catch you in the next chapter.